7 o'clock. Here we go. Welcome to Order 42. I am Rob. This is the show. And I have to start this off with some very sad news. So my friend Bucho, who you've seen in this chat for, well, years, he's been following me since 2005 when when we first started doing our podcast back in 2005. He's been there. He's been there the whole time, me doing my my stuff. He let me know last week that his wife passed away from cancer. And and that's why he hasn't been around. I mean, this guy is... Look, you guys are special to me. Every single one of you that have supported me. But Bucho's been there for... God, almost... I mean, seriously. Since I've been on the internet, he supported me. And to hear that he's going through this, I didn't know I was gonna cry. It just breaks my heart. So, if you will, just please join me in wishing Bucho well. He's going through it. He's going through it right now, and he's half the world away. I can't do anything, and it hurts. I could be wrong, but I think she was 51. So again, it's yet another example of, man, life's too short. It's too short for petty disagreements. You know, we need to support each other. So, so for Bucho, who's always saying, just another 4 hours, please. We're going long tonight. There's not going to be a hangout. It's going to be all Order 42, and we're just going to do a long freaking show for Bucho. So, I'm sorry for bringing it down immediately, but I didn't want to just spring this on you guys in the middle of it. It's just, like I said, it just breaks my heart because Bucho's amazing. He's an amazing guy. So, anyway. So how are you guys? I mean, this is what I've been, I'm not going to say I've been dealing with it all day, because he told me about it. He told me last week. But immediately I was just like, dude, you know? But he told me today, he said if you would just let the guys know. So yeah. Cancer sucks. So anyway, for Bucho, right? For Bucho. So anyway, let's get into it. Justin Yates was first. And by the way, Justin, if you're still here, you might want to let Rufus know. Because Rufus hadn't been here at the beginning of the show for a while. And I know that Rufus also loves Bucho. And And I think he would want to know. And let's please, again, let's give him some room. Let's give him some space. Let's respect his privacy. Let's not all, message him and all that kind of stuff. He's going through it right now. So, but anyway, so I'm not gonna mince words. I really, seriously, I love you guys. The fact that you guys are here and supporting me is ridiculous. And yes, you are supporting me just by watching. So just and even if you're just sitting there and you're not chatting, you're supporting this. So I appreciate you, each and every one of you. So there you go. I may not say it all the time, but I do appreciate you guys. I hope you know that. Anyway, Justin was first. He said, "First, me. I win. I am winner." Also, hey Rob. Hey Justin. Good to see you. And then Ninjinzu was next up, and he said, "Goist," which I'm not exactly sure what that is, but Goist. And then Starfox coming in, and he said, "Ooh, Choco Nanner Pecan." That's right. We have new flavors to try, and we're going to try, at least we're going to try one tonight.
Love you, son.
Oh, look at that. Seventh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. In fact, you never have to do that. No one ever has to do that. Just being here is support enough. So thank you. But wow, thank you for that $25 donation. I, again, apologize for it not showing up, but Streamlabs hates Mac, apparently. And you can tell him I said that. Anyway, so yeah, let's look at what's up for the flavors tonight. Right now it's tied. There's 6 votes. The first one is called "Oh My God, It's Blueberry," and apparently what this is like a blueberry smoothie, but it's one of the, like, from this company. It's called JMW. From this company, it's supposedly one of their best-selling flavors. So, oh my God, it's blueberry. I haven't tried anything from this company. So, the next one is apple cream crisp. Cool bottles, by the way. I mean, that doesn't mean that the liquid's going to taste good, but there you go. And then the next one is it's actually called Half Baked, like half baked, but there's an 8 in the middle of it. Half B8KD. Baked. Half baked, baked. Anyway, this is supposedly a banana bread chocolate pecan cookie, and it's supposedly, well, I mean, they describe it in ways where it's like, how can it be that? How can it taste like cookie dough? That was the thing. It was, I mean, I can actually read it to you if you want. In fact, I'm going to read it because I want to. Because I don't know if I'm actually getting it right. A concoction of banana bread batter, chocolate cake mix, okay, I got it wrong, and pecans packed into a cookie dough, soft baked, and dusted with powdered sugar. And it's supposedly really good. So, hey, you guys choose whatever you want. Now again, sometimes chocolate comes out and it tastes like bleh. Sometimes it tastes like exactly like there was a chocolate milk flavor that I tried that literally like 100% tasted like I was vaping like Nesquik. You know what I'm talking about? Like the where you put the powder in and you mix it up. It was awesome. But it's one of those where you can't vape it all the time, because it was so rich. But man, it was good. So who knows? This could be, all of these could be terrible. I don't know. But there you go. Anyway, so that is what's in, for selection tonight. And Jody B, welcome. Ninjinzu said, damn, can I change my vote? I mean, who knows? Like I said, who knows if that's going to be good, but it sounds good. That's why I got it. So, and then 8-Bit Tacos says, I'm a floating head. So, hey, welcome. Good to see you. And then Justin said, I wasn't able to see Backrooms this week. I'm a sad boy. I assume you saw it. Should I go see it? Well, it comes out literally, like, I'm going to see it I think it's the first screening tomorrow. The first public screening. Because, of course, there's already reviews out there for it. It's frustrating to be again, I'm not saying this because, like, ooh, I need all the views, but it's frustrating to be a movie, channel. A movie, for the love of movies and actually for the love of media, whether it's books or video games or whatever, but movies, TV, streaming, all that kind of stuff. Like, right? That's what I do here. And I try to do reviews of stuff. And yet I can't do a review of Backrooms until it comes out because nobody invites this guy to the screenings. But everybody else gets to have their reviews out for days before mine comes out. So it's annoying. And it's like I said, I don't really care about the reviews or the views, but it would help my channel a little bit if I could, kind of be on par with some of those guys, but no, I don't get the chance. But anyway, Backrooms comes out tomorrow, so don't worry, you haven't missed it. Okay? Haven't missed it. And then 8-Bit Taco says, anus? I mean, I don't know. See, for some reason, I put in there, yo, and it changed the Y to what looks like a Chinese symbol. I could be wrong because I'm an idiot. I'm from America and I don't know different languages. But there you go. And then Jinzu said, your back room is open now. And then 8-Bit Taco says, are we all here to enter his back room? I'm all about going into back rooms. I love entering back rooms. That's what Jody said. So, look, I mean, I try to keep this a PG-13 kind of stream. I don't like cursing a lot, all that kind of stuff. But we're talking about back rooms here. So, there you go. I heard 8-Bit Tacos was showing his back room for 1945. Wow. Yeah, and then that's when I broke the news about Bucho's wife. Star Fox, Jody B, Ninjinzu. My condolences to him. Rip Mrs. Bucho. Justin Yates said, Bucho, if you're reading this, my sincere condolences. I guarantee you he'll be watching this replay. 8-Bit Taco said, dang, sincere condolences, Bucho. And then Jody B, totally, Bucho. And then that's when I apologized, and Star Fox says, you don't have to apologize, that's rough, and cancer's so stupid. Saw my other grandfather these last few days with my dad, and damn, at first his hand was shaking, now it's his whole right side of his body. It looks like he's aged a few years from just a couple of months ago. Star Fox, I am so sorry to hear that. I mean, I know that you had mentioned it on Discord, and I think maybe even in stream, but I'm sorry to hear that. And then Jinzu said, big love for Bucho and his family. Yes, absolutely. And then JX Editor is here. And he says, how do you all pronounce pecan? Well, it's the way it's supposed to be pronounced. Pecan. I don't know another way to, I mean, I've heard pecan, like a pecan pie, but it's pecan. As far as I know, that's the only pecan. Pecan? 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 Pekka-in. Pekka, that's the way we should all... Pika-in. Pika-in. I don't know. It should be pecan, right? Pecan pie. You got pecan pie? I probably shouldn't reference that because What's his name? Pecan. uh, oh gosh, what's his name? It's just that there was a video of what's his freaking name? MMA fighter. He was in Pride, moved over to the UFC. Now he streams on Twitch sometimes. I don't know. I don't think he's fighting at all anymore. Rampage Jackson. Yeah. So he was doing a sort of like a walk and talk kind of interview with Ariel Helwani back in the day. And they went to Katz's Deli, very famous from in New York, very famous from When Harry Met Sally. And he said something along the lines of, he's like, man, they got pecan pop in this she, and it was just really funny. And it's just the way that it was funny. Oh, look at that, you got pecan pop in there too. And it was funny. And for some reason, every time I see pecan pie or even think of pecan pie, I think of Rampage Jackson. But again, he did some questionable things. So anyway, we'll move on. We had hard rain and one of the drains on my sunroof was blocked. There was a nice puddle on the passenger side carpet. Unclogged the drain though and took my shop vac to it to let it dry today. Then let it dry today. Got it. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I'm very pleased that I've never had a sunroof incident. I have had a Mountain Dew Code Red incident in my car. Graham UK just pop in to say hello. Well, Graham, welcome, sir, and hi. Good to see you. Like I said, guys, we're in for the long haul tonight. We're gonna do a liquid poll. We're gonna do. I'm gonna show off some things I got. We're gonna talk about Star Wars like a lot. So I hope you're ready for that because we're going into it. Because Bucho's like, man, when I saw that you were talking about Star Wars last week, I got like a big smile on my face. We can help Bucho out any way that we can. That's what we're gonna do tonight. So yeah, I've never had a let's see, I've had one. No, I've had every car. Wait a minute, is that right? My Galant, which was my first car, did not have a sunroof. I'm pretty sure. My Jetta did have a sunroof. And then my M235 has a sunroof. Or moonroof. I don't even know the difference. But yeah, I've never had a problem. Now, I've also been lucky enough to my Passat. My Passat did not have a sunroof. So there you go. And honestly, I didn't miss it. And really, because of the way that Texas weather is, where it's like there's probably, I would say, 6 to 7 days out of the year that a sunroof really makes sense to me. Because it's usually way too hot or way too cold or raining. So it's like here's the weather. It's like 6 or 7 days out of the year that a moonroof or sunroof makes sense. That doesn't stop my wife. She loves just opening it all the time. Like she'll open it in the wintertime and turn the heat all the way up. And I'm like, I don't get it. But I don't know. But no, I've never had a problem with one of mine, luckily. And maybe that's why. Maybe it's because I don't use it very much. But anyway, I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope your car is all taken care of. It's weird when I hear people say pecan. Yes. Now Rob needs a new alias, Crispy Pecan, and have a burnt pecan avatar. Crispy can. I don't know. We don't need a burnt peanut situation here. I'm, number one, not that witty. I'm pretty quick, but I'm not that quick. That dude is freaking, that dude's quick. All right. And two, or B, or whatever I said. I think I said one. Doesn't matter. The other thing is, now I already forgot what I was going to say. That's even worse than, the Game Chasers when they would do the 1 and B. Anyway, there you go. I hate sunroofs, yet my last 5 vehicles have all had sunroofs. Yeah. And then Stephen LaPierre, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Sunroofs are good if you like smoking joints in your car. I honestly haven't done that in like years and years and years. Now I have a, what do you call it? A little vape pen somewhere. I did it like 3 times because it's like you have to like set out 4 hours of doing nothing because it's going to just make you. And I don't have time for that. I got too many things going, for me to just say, I'm going to take 4 hours out of the day and just zonk out. Now, look, you might argue, well, when you sit there and you watch The Burnt Peanut or you watch, whatever, isn't that kind of the same thing? Couldn't you do it then? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's just an excuse. I guess I just don't like being that zonked out. I need something a little less powerful. Or maybe a little less zonky, I don't know. But I'll just say this. I don't have anything against it. I don't like being completely destroyed like that. Like I sat there and watched, I just want to watch something that I haven't seen in a while. So I put in Empire Strikes Back and watched it like it was a new movie. And I think April was asleep because I was probably up late. And I was like almost reacting as much as a really, really freaking high person can. But I was like, whoa. Like I didn't know what was coming. Like I haven't seen that movie 150 times. So anyway. Ninjinzu said, I finally have a sunroof. Love having the windows down. Not a fan of car AC unless I absolutely need it. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter how fast you're going. No amount of wind will help with the Texas heat. Yes, there you go. I always have my AC full blast. I hate heat, especially Texas heat. That's true. The thing is, though, it's weird. As I've gotten, and again, it's probably a combination of things. Number one, I'm not as big as I used to be, Number two, I'm older, right? So I get colder easily or easier than I used to, and usually when I get hot, it's easier for me to cool down. Maybe that's just because there's less of me. I don't know. All I know is, I can't have the AC full blast unless I'm just getting in the car and it's like 180 degrees in my car. You know what I mean? In which case, I'll do the whole bit where it'll roll the window down and put the AC on full blast for a few minutes and then get in it and roll the windows up. And you know what I mean? That's one big thing I noticed about Texas. Everyone's car fans were on full blast. Pretty sure. Yes. Most of the time, yes. But there were times when, it wasn't that hot. And, people would just have them on full blast. And I'm like, I'm cold. You need to turn that down. So, it's a thing. Justin says, I don't have a sunroof, but I'm thinking about of cutting a hole in the roof of my van to install an AC unit. I don't know if that's smart. But hey, I'm sure there's some DIY YouTube videos on that. And Style Falk said to Steven, I don't smoke though. You know, not everybody, you know, but it's a thing. Again, hey, you guys choose. You got your choice. Oh my God, it's blueberry, which is again one of their top flavors. Apple cream crisp and half baked yeah, the chocolate banana pecan cookie thing. So you guys choose. And we're just gonna keep that rolling for a bit, okay? Think an RVAC unit. I mean, I get it. Cosma, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Says, love the sunroof, but at that certain time, it's called moonroof. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Good to see you, Cosma. Good to see you, sir. What should we do first? And then Justin said, I watched your 007 video again this week. It's great. I also watched your Star Wars review. That was interesting. The video was good, but the movie seems interesting. Do I say that a lot? That's one of the things where I have it in my head. There are certain words that I typically say a lot. Interesting is one of them. And I try to keep the ums and the uhs and all that stuff out of my speech. And I just try to say what I mean to say. It's better to pause for a second than it is to just, all the time. And then I get into editing and I'm like, okay, that's all I got. I'm not recording anymore. And I get into editing and I'm like, crap, man, I said, and then I'll say, now here's the thing. Or I say, now, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I say now a lot. So I'm trying not to say those things. It still happens though. So if you're, because I'll be honest, man, Bucho would call me out on that. When I would use the word a lot, he would point it out. Because that's the kind of guy Bucho is. You know? He's trying to help. But anyway. So let's start off. You know what? Let's screw it. Screw it. Let's start off with a little bit of Star Wars talk. And that is the title of today's stream. What even is Star Wars? Here's the thing. And Rachel, welcome. Good to see you. What even is Star Wars anymore? Because the thing is, everybody has a different idea of what they want Star Wars to be. Is it an adventure story? Is it a character study? Is it about Jedi? Is it about the Rebels versus the Empire? There are so many different ways. Is it about bounty hunters? Is it about droids? What is it about? And what is it about Star Wars that makes you love Star Wars? And when you see a show or movie, are there times when you're like, okay, that doesn't look exactly like it's for me? I mean, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Star Wars should be for everybody. In other words, you should have a little bit of everything. You should have Rebels versus the Empire. You should have some Jedi in there. You should, and Sith. I mean, I'm not going to, Sith do exist, so there you go. You should have some bounty hunters in there. You should have droids in there. You should have different kind of alien species. It should be a character study and a character drama. And it should be an adventure story, all wrapped up into one. But a lot of people have been talking about things like Andor, and they say, well, that's not really Star Wars, because it doesn't have the Jedi in it. And it just got me thinking about it. And especially with all the talk around Mandalorian versus, I almost said versus Grogu. About Mandalorian and Grogu. Which, you can see Grogu right there, and Mando is up there somewhere. But for some reason, in this amazing collage, the sequels are not represented. And the thing is, there's going to be people that are like, yeah, the sequel shouldn't be there. But they are. They are there. And also, you can blame, for sure, if you didn't like Mandalorian and Grogu, you can absolutely say, you know what, that Dave Filoni, not a fan. Because Dave Filoni had a hand in this movie. But this was not a movie under Dave Filoni, as far as like, he was not the CEO, chairman, whatever you want to call it, the head of Lucasfilm when this movie was being made, when this movie was greenlit. That was Kathleen Kennedy. In fact, Starfighter is also a movie, a piece of Star Wars content, media, content sounds bad, doesn't it? A piece of Star Wars media that is under Kathleen Kennedy. So we really haven't been able to judge Dave Filoni on him and I need to look up who's the head of Lucasfilm. See, it's kind of funny. Even the thing, it says Lucasfilm is led by Dave Filoni, who serves as president and chief creative officer, and Lin Brennan, who serves as co-president. And why is freaking Elon Musk in that picture? That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, Lin Brennan, co-president. So president and chief creative officer. Here's the thing. We won't see the fruit of their labor, them being the head of Lucasfilm. We won't see that for at least 2 years, maybe more. So I would say anything that's announced from here on can be considered under them because it was announced under them. Kathleen Kennedy may continue to do producing for Lucasfilm. That is a thing. But these two were greenlit under her. And I know there's a lot of people that are like, they hate Kathleen Kennedy. You know, oh, she's the reason why everything sucks. But she's also the reason for Andor. She went to bat for Tony Gilroy to make Andor, which in my opinion, well, we'll get to that. I love Andor though. Andor is great. Andor is super great. Like super great. So, but then there's a lot of people that don't like it. It's just funny that again, and people keep saying this, but people keep blaming Kathleen Kennedy for everything that they hate. The thing is, Kathleen Kennedy is responsible for everything Star Wars since Disney bought Lucasfilm. That is an absolutely true statement. If you can honestly say that nothing you have watched since Disney took over is good, then okay, I guess you can blame Kathleen Kennedy. But I can pretty much guarantee you that there's something that you were like, okay, that was pretty cool. I like that. You know, you can't do that. You can't have it both ways. And the fact is, we don't know how much oversight she actually had. Because I find it really, really strange that it seems as if Disney has a tighter rein on Lucasfilm than they ever did with Marvel. I feel like Bob Iger and whoever else was involved between Bob Iger and Kathleen Kennedy, all of those people were much harder on Kathleen Kennedy than anyone else. The only reason I say that is because Bob Iger was a guest on the Star Wars show. That was basically Lucasfilm's YouTube channel. And it was really odd to hear him talking about everything that he had his hands in. He even takes responsibility for the sequel trilogy not being exactly what it should have been. He's the one that rushed production. He's the one that did that. So I don't know if we can blame Kathleen Kennedy for anything. Now, I mean, look, here's the honest truth. There's probably some things that she is absolutely, directly to blame for. Okay? I'm not saying she isn't. But to say that everything she's ever done is terrible, that's crap. I'm sorry. It's crap. You know, it's just crap. So what I'm trying to say is, what's really going to be interesting is where Star Wars goes under Filoni and Lin Brennan, and if it's any better than what we got with Kathleen Kennedy. That remains to be seen. We won't know for a couple of years, but we'll see. We will see. And I think it's going to be really interesting. Now, I have to say this, okay? I am a huge Star Wars fan. I don't think that Star Wars needs to be all those things at once. I don't think it needs to be an adventure story and a character study and about the Jedi and the Sith and about the rebels and the Empire and about the bounty hunters and about the droids. Yeah, sure. If you look at the original Star Wars trilogy, that's what it was about. It was all of those things. It was a chosen one story, but it was also an adventure. It was all, you know what I mean? It was all of those things. But that's pretty difficult to pull off every single time out of the gate. So, why not have a story about bounty hunters? Why not have a story about this and that and whatever, right? To me, Andor is a perfect example of a side story to the main story done really, really well. I'm not going to say perfectly because it's not perfect, but it is done really, really well. Mandalorian and Grogu is one of those things where it depends on where you're sitting. Because I guarantee you, there are a ton of people that went and saw Mandalorian and Grogu this weekend that walked out and said, that was a great time. That was a great time. And seeing Star Wars on the big screen is a special thrill. That's what those people felt. And I think that's what Disney thinks, that they should go for the largest amount of people. And maybe that is those kinds of people. The people that will go in there and go, you know what, that was great. That was a good time. But sometimes I really want someone to go all the way. I want someone to write for years, to concoct a story that's so satisfying in every way that it would be almost impossible for people to not like it. You know? It happens. It can happen. It's just, will the Disney overlords allow that? I don't know. We'll see. But what I'm trying to get at is that Star Wars is a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And just because something's not for you doesn't mean it's the worst thing in the world. And it doesn't mean that, whoever's in charge should be put, on trial or what, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. Fact of the matter is, Kathleen Kennedy's done some great things, and Kathleen Kennedy has done some things that maybe didn't work out. But so has everyone. If you think for 1 second, I would probably say that if you look at producers, I would probably say that Kevin Feige is probably one of the most decorated, the head of Marvel. Probably one of the most decorated producers in the history of Hollywood. The dude has gotten an insane, batting average. You know what I'm saying? The dude has had a lot of hits. But he's not perfect. And he's had things go wrong. He's had missteps. And that happens. So, I don't know. I look at the sequel trilogy and I go, man, that sucks. I'm sorry. I can't even watch any of them right now. Maybe one day I'll be able to go back and watch one or two of them. But for the most part, it's hard to watch them because I know of the squandered opportunities there. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And again, it'll be really, really interesting to see if everybody changes their tune once the first Dave Filoni and Lin Brennan stories start to come to light. If those are going to be any better or any worse than what we got with Kathleen Kennedy. We'll see. We shall see. But here's the thing. I say that Mandalorian and Grogu is a fine time if that's the kind of movie you want. You want to go in and you just want to have a good time with Star Wars characters. There's going to be a couple of things you're like, oh my gosh, look at that. That's right. It's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. Cool stuff. a pretty entertaining film overall. A little long, I will say, but pretty entertaining film. But it's also going to be one of those where if you really want lore and you really want story, you're going to be disappointed. It's just the truth. Because it's very surface level. It's literally like watching a few episodes, not even like season like season opener or season finale kind of episodes. I'm talking about middle of the season episodes where there's not really a lot of stakes. That's what we're watching here. It's an adventure with Mandalorian and Grogu. And for some people, that's enough. For me, when I watched it, I had a good time. But I was also, when I was, walking to the car, I was like, I kind of wish there was more to it though. That's really it. So anyway, there you go. There's my little talk about Star Wars. I want to see what you guys are saying though, because, that's why we're here, isn't it? It's to hear what you guys have to say too. So let's see. Rachel was there, and I said hi to Rachel. I hope, Rachel, you're doing okay. Jody B. Star Wars is another property Disney gobbled up to bleed to death for profit. That's what Star Wars is now. I mean, to a certain extent, I can see that. I totally can. But man, it's so weird because I get it. I get the Disney is a parasite, and they're like a big amoeba that's just swallowing up things, so they can and just get bigger and more powerful. And I get that. I understand it. But I have to tell you, man, going to Disney World was an absolutely amazing experience. I had so much fun. It's like, look, I get it. I understand what you're saying. But man, they really know how to make you feel like you're in it. And it's so freaking cool. There are moments where I was like, okay, that's kind of cheesy. But for the most part, man, I enjoyed the hell out of my time there. And I know that we were bleeding money. Okay? I know that. But we had such a great time. It was like, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. I get what you're saying. But the thing is, every single studio on the planet with IP, their job is to milk those IPs for everything that they're worth. And sometimes, in fact, I would say most of the time, they don't even care if it's good. They don't care if people like it. They don't care if people continue to watch it over and over and over again. What they want is it profitable? That's all they care about. Quality in an artistic sense doesn't apply. But again, we're still in that it's been the same since, the first movies, back when studios owned theaters. The point is to try to make it's that perfect balance of artistic quality, but actually being marketable. It's like, yeah, we want to be artistic, but we want to make money too, because there's an investment coming in there, because it's not cheap to make movies. So they've got to make profit on what they're doing. Otherwise, no movies. So that's the thing that's always fascinated me about the movie industry, about Hollywood in general, is that balance between artistic integrity and artistic quality versus, profitability, marketability. So Lou said that Star Wars is childhood nostalgia that Disney uses to squeeze money out of you. I mean, that's a thing too. Rufus, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. And then Lou said, I want a Star Wars that's set far in the future or set far in the past. Don't use nostalgia to sell tickets. Give me a good original story. And that's the thing, man. There's all kinds of people that are like, I want a story about the thing that I think I see this the most. I see people saying, I want a Darth Vader story where he hunts down the Jedi. I'm like, yeah, okay. But what's the story? What's the story? Are you setting it from the Jedi, like a Jedi that's on the run, and it's from his point of view? and Darth Vader is like Michael Myers and keeps showing up all the time, and he's got to run. Does anybody in the movie have an arc? Are they changed by their experience? Or is it literally just the whole movie and he's just, slicing people up? Because that's not going to be an entertaining story. Sure, it could be a couple of minutes worth of cool stuff, but you can't sustain a movie on that. You can't sustain a series on that. You have to have something that you're telling a story about. Does Darth Vader have any part of him that's trying to stop himself from doing it? You'd probably say no, because he is literally more machine than man. When he becomes Darth Vader, he is forged into that, and Anakin Skywalker no longer exists. Right? He doesn't stop and think about things. He doesn't have any sort of conscience about what he's doing. No, he's a machine. He's a machine now. He's evil. So it would literally be him slicing people up. So Darth Vader can't have an arc. He's not going to be changed by the experience by the end of the movie. I mean, you could say that's same as Mandalorian and Grogu, that they are like in exactly the same spot that they were when they started the movie. I don't know. It's interesting though. It's interesting what people say they want. And then there are times when people say, well, we didn't want this. But then you watch the movie and it's like, well, we may not have wanted it, but it turned out pretty cool. Because I can tell you right now, when they made the announcement, hey, we're going to do a series all based around Cassian Andor, I went, who cares? Who cares about Andor? Because I didn't. And I had my mind changed because it was something that I didn't expect. It was a Star Wars series that actually had a story, that actually had a point, that was actually trying to say something. Now, I'm not saying that it's one of the things where I kind of go back and forth about it, because you kind of want your story, whatever you're writing or whatever you're directing or whatever, you kind of want it to have a point, right? You kind of want to have maybe some sort of lesson that you're trying to get across, or maybe some sort of, a thought, maybe open some minds or whatever. Andor is the kind of story that shows you what revolution is like. And it's really just a revolutionary story with a Star Wars skin on it, which is amazing because that means the story works. And that's the whole thing. That was one of the things that Noah Hawley said about the Alien Earth series. He said, we wanted to write a good story and then put Alien into it, which I thought turned out pretty well. But, some people may have not have liked everything about Alien Earth. I mean, I didn't, but there was a lot of things I liked about Alien Earth. I thought it was pretty cool. And that's kind of the way that I look at it. But I don't think it has to be like a beat for beat. Like, for example, The Boys. The Boys is one of those situations where the messaging starts to become like, okay, we get it. We get it. We get what you're trying to say here. It's a little too much though. Because once you when you reference something or you make, that's that's kind of similar to this thing in real life. But then when you start to get preachy about it, that's where people start to turn on you. You have to be very careful. It's a very fine line. And I think The Boys crossed that line into being preachy way too much. In fact, I think that this last season, even though there were parts of it I enjoyed, a lot of it was just basically preaching. And it became where it was like, okay, I get it. You know what I mean? And it's just, even as a person who I would call myself pretty moderate, in the middle, I'm Switzerland. There's some things about the left that I think are perfectly reasonable. There are things about the right that I think are perfectly reasonable. But when you start going to the outsides and you start, these people are evil. That's where I get where no, we're all Americans here. We need to work together. We need to find common ground. Excuse me. That's the point of, having multiple senators, multiple representatives, is that y'all are supposed to talk and work these things out. You've got your different points of view and your different, whatever, but the whole point is you need to work things out. When you go to the extremes and everybody's evil all of a sudden that doesn't agree with you, only Sith deal in absolutes. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is there are times when it can be too preachy, but I don't think that Star Wars has to be all about adventure and no similarities of things going on, because honestly, you can look at the original Star Wars trilogy, you can look at the prequel trilogy, and George definitely, was alluding to some things and alluding to how power sometimes we can lose the power of the people if we're not careful. There were lessons there. I mean, sure, they were covered in a Star Wars skin, but the lessons were there. And that's fine. But it never got preachy. So, anyway, what I'm trying to say is it's all about the story. What Lou said, I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to go. I think what they need to stop doing is, and this is just my personal experience, you've got all of these stories, right? And it's on a timeline. And you've got all these stories. And they're looking for gaps. And they go, okay, we haven't told a story about this tiny gap right here. Let's tell that story. I kind of wish they would go outside and tell some stories that don't really need to connect to anything. I'm not saying hundreds of thousands of years in the future, hundreds of thousands of years in the past. But you don't necessarily have to have your story connect to everything. The coolest moment is when you go, oh, and you're the only one that reacted to it. Because it's not something everybody knows. It's just something, because I'm a Star Wars nerd, I go, oh my God, that's cool. And it's just part of the storytelling. But when you stop and you go, hey, remember that thing you like? Here you go. There you go. So anyway, we should move on. Rufus said Kathleen made E.T. happen. She gets a pass. I mean, absolutely. There are so many movies in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I mean, and beyond. There are so many movies that she was the producer. Now, is she the most creative person on that set? No. And I would think that anybody that's been doing it this long, they realize that they're not the most creative person on the set. Their job is to find that creative person, that director, right? Hire that director, and then go, okay, now it's my job to make your story happen. It's my job that whatever creative crap is going on in your head, we make it happen with the budget we have. That's the producer's job. She's done an amazing job as a producer over the years. There's so many people that are like, yeah, she was probably just getting coffee for people. You're a sexist jerk, and you should stop talking, because that's, again, one of the things about the internet. It's given everybody a voice. And sometimes there are people that should just stay quiet because you're not intelligent. I'm sorry. But if you think Kathleen Kennedy was just getting coffee for people, your opinion is absolutely invalid. It just is. Oh, I feel like I don't know why, but talking Star Wars gets me into a kind of a fighty mood. Anyway, Rufus said Star Wars is about action figures, always has been. Look at that backdrop, so many action figures. Oh. I mean, yeah. But that's a funny thing. Okay. So, Bucho, if you're listening, which I hope you are, and anyone else that might be interested, if you're into kind of dissenting opinions, especially about movies that you might love, Robert Meyer Burnett, I know, I've talked about him many times, but he did 2 shows in a row, Sunday night and Monday night, all about Star Wars. Pretty much all about Star Wars, mostly about Star Wars. What a fantastic couple of shows. And they were long. And the first one is he shows a picture of Luke and Han and Chewie on the skiff, basically on Jabba's palace, or well, next to the Sarlacc, right? And he said, here's where everything went wrong. He points at Return of the Jedi as the turning point, that when everything went wrong, and it's been going wrong ever since. And he says part of it is because Return of the Jedi was filmed basically as cheaply as they could do it, but also, and I'm paraphrasing, and you should really watch the whole thing because it's kind of fascinating, because this is from somebody who was there at the beginning. He was 10 years old when Star Wars came out in 1977, May 25th, 1977. He was there, 10 years old. He saw it. And he saw it so many times. And then Empire comes out. He's like, there's no way that this movie can be better than Star Wars. There's no way. And then Empire comes out. And I think he said he watched it 26 times that summer. So this guy knows his stuff. And he's a huge Star Wars fan. Return of the Jedi comes out and he says I still point at it as the single greatest disappointment in my movie watching career. And I'm like, I don't like Return of the Jedi as much as the other two, but I don't think it's the greatest disappointment, but he points it out and he gives you information, and some of the stuff makes a lot of sense. And especially that so many of the choices that were made for Return of the Jedi, design-wise, story-wise, they were all to sell toys, because Empire, they were almost broke. Like, Empire almost just never happened because they kept running out of money. And one of the reasons that George Lucas and Gary Kurtz had this back and forth where they basically became enemies is because of Empire Strikes Back. Because Gary Kurtz was trying to get more money by going to a bank. And apparently George didn't want to do that. And then there was a thing where they almost had to sell the merchandising rights back to the studios just so they could finish the movie. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in the making of Star Wars, Empire, and Return of the Jedi. 3 different books by J.W. Rinsler. I have them all. I've read them all. They're fantastic. But he's talking about Return of the Jedi, and it's like so many designs were made specifically to sell toys. The Ewoks. All the different members of Jabba's entourage. Jabba himself. There's all kinds of things, and he's just... It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. And I was like, look, I like Return of the Jedi as much as most people. Maybe it's not my favorite, but it's definitely up there. I love Return of the Jedi. But you're talking a lot of sense right now. So if you're interested, I would say go over to Robert Meyer Burnett's channel and look at that, because it is pretty interesting. But a lot of it is right there, what Rufus said. It's about selling toys. Return of the Jedi started that. It's like suddenly Return of the Jedi was the moment, or was the turning point, where suddenly Star Wars was just for kids now. Because Empire was not, think about all the things that happen in Empire. Han gets tortured, Luke gets his hand cut off. Spoiler alert, I guess, for a 46-year-old movie. But a lot of things happened in that movie that were pretty dark. Right? Then we get to Return of the Jedi. And Han's like, I don't know if my eyes are getting better. It's instead of a dark blur, it's a light blur. It's just like they turned Han into a goofball. And it's kind of right. Hey, it's me. I don't know. I can't do it justice because I don't have the passion behind it. I don't remember everything he said, but man, I'm telling you, listening to those 2 episodes. Oh, by the way, the episode that he did on Memorial Day, on Monday, he did it with Kevin Rubio. Now, if that name sounds familiar, it should, because he's the guy that did Troops, which is basically the start of online internet. It's basically the start of everything. YouTube was created for things like Troops. The first fan film the first Star Wars fan film that really got any kind of notoriety, including by Lucasfilm. And holy crap, is that a great fan film. If you've never seen Troops, it is fantastic. Fantastic. But anyway, Kevin Rubio created that. And then he also created Tag and Bink, which was a story that was done by, I think, Dark Horse at the time. And then Marvel re-released it. And apparently those comics are worth a lot of money because you can't really find them. I've never actually read Tag and Bink, and I kind of want to seek them out. But anyway, they're fantastic talks about Star Wars and about, you know, their kind of like their love of Star Wars and how things have progressed and why the fact that they're calling them like curmudgeonly old men is, you're missing the point. You're missing the point of what we're saying. And some of the stuff they're saying, I gotta say, it has some merit. So I would highly recommend those two, if you have the time and the desire. I actually watched them live because I wanted to watch them live, and I was awake. In fact, there was one that went to like 3:30 in the morning. I was up for it because lately I still can't sleep. My back's still jacked up. Time out. Let me tell you this. So yesterday, I decided, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to Massage Envy. Yeah, I'm going to massage place and I'm going to try to have this worked on. I will say that, holy crap, it was very, very relaxing. It was amazing. But the first, it just never fails. Crohn's boy, it never fails. The first about 10 minutes, all I'm doing is trying not to fart on the guy. It's like as soon as he walked in, it was like, blah, 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 and I'm like, oh, crap. But anyway, I would highly recommend it. You know, give it a shot. They have like 30-minute little sessions. Yeah, give it a shot. If you're, need some relaxation or whatever, it's pretty awesome. Anyway, let's move on. Jody B said, I've seen every Star Wars movie in the theater opening night, then multiple times after release. I saw Rise of Skywalker once opening night and never watched it again. I skipped this movie. I really don't have any desire to go to the theater to see it. I wish I could tell you that yes, or man, you're being unreasonable. And man, you should really get out and go see Mandalorian Grogu. If you're not feeling it, and again, the things that I'm saying, to some people will go, yeah, I just want to go have some fun and watch Star Wars in a theater. What's wrong with that? But there are people that are like, I want more than that. I want more than just, hey, Star Wars doing things. Because that's really, I wish that they just called the name of the movie. And again, I'm kind of kidding, but I'm kind of not. They should just call it Mandalorian and Grogu Do Things. Because that's what happened. And you know what? For the most part, I was entertained by it. But by the end of it, you're kind of like, oh. It's like, the way that I described it in my review was that it's like a Star Wars ride at Disney, which are really fun, by the way. But a lot of times what happens is, or any ride, like roller coaster ride or whatever, you get off the ride and you're immediately like, okay, what's next? What are we doing? Are we going to go get some food? Or are we going to go stand in line for another ride? What are we doing? You've immediately kind of forgotten about it. It doesn't stick with you. And Mandalorian Grogu is like that. It's entertaining while you're watching it. And then afterward, you're kind of like, meh. I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to talk bad about it. I'm being truthful. So anyway. Oh, I didn't see the original Star Wars in the theater because I was born 2 months after it was released, but I wore the VHS out. Jody B, I was going to say I'm right there with you, but I was born before, but I was a year and a couple of months when the first Star Wars came out. So no, I never saw Star Wars in the theater until much later. In fact, I want to say that they re-released it after Empire came out. And you could watch them, they had screenings for both. And I think I may have watched it then. But I did see the special edition in the theater when they did those. I watched that and Empire. Anyway. So yeah, I didn't see it on original release either. But here's the thing: next May, we should be able to see the original Star Wars in the theater. And guess what? My plan is to go multiple times. I want to see it in 70 millimeter. I want to see it in Dolby Cinema. I want to see it on the biggest, loudest screen I can. Because I know that movie like the back of my hand. And if it's anything like Alien, because when I saw Alien in the theater, I've seen Alien, I don't know how many times, but a lot. But seeing Alien in the theater, there were things that I missed. There were things that I'd never noticed before. And that's an amazing feeling if you love a movie. There's nothing better than, well, that's hyperbole. There's nothing better in the world than seeing a new detail in a movie you love. That's not, that, I mean, yeah, it's cool, but it's not there's nothing better in the world. Again, you're limiting yourself if you think that's the best thing ever. That's why I try not to do hyperbole, because it doesn't mean anything anymore, because we're too, we don't think about what we say. But anyway, I thought Star Trek was for total nerds as a kid, but as I got older and watched some movies, I really appreciated how thought-provoking it was over Star Wars. Lou, and that's one of those things where, again, as a kid, seeing Star Trek on TV, I completely discounted Star Trek for most of my life because I thought, no, because all it does is I pay attention to how bad the effects were. And as I said, when I finally got around to watching the original series on Blu-ray with the updated effects, it allowed me to not focus on the effects and just focus on the story. Now, as I've gotten older, I am able to divorce myself from, like lackluster effects or whatever. If I know, oh, this is a low budget movie, you kind of have to, it's one of the things that Robert Meyer Burnett says. He says you have to approach a movie at scale. You have to watch a movie, you have to meet a movie on its own terms, right? If a movie's made for $150,000, you kind of have to set your expectations to a certain point. You can't expect, Lucasfilm quality, or ILM quality CG. But if a movie's $150 million, you go, okay, well, maybe this is going to be something big, and maybe this could be something that we've never seen before. So it's one of those things, it's, you kind of have to meet it at scale. But Star Trek is one of those things where I liked a few of the movies. In fact, I still haven't watched the Next Generation movies, and that still is something that I need to do. But I'd seen Star Trek 1 through 6. In fact, I think I saw 5 and 6 in the theater. Maybe. I don't remember exactly. I know I saw 5 in the theater and we all left disappointed. But I'd seen 1, 2, 3, and 4 multiple times. And for the longest time, Star Trek the motion picture, Star Trek 1, whatever you want to say, Star Trek the motion picture is an example of a movie that is one of the first times when I disagreed with the majority. So many people tried to convince me that movie wasn't any good. Because and I actually listened to them for a long time in my life. That no, the Star Trek the motion picture is not a good movie. But I'm here to tell you, that movie rocks. That movie's good. If you watch the original series and then you watch the motion picture, my God, it's good. It's really good. In fact, it's so close to the kind of feeling that it's like a big budget episode of Star Trek. And it's just a good movie. It's a good story. I think everybody has like this arc. I mean, it's a great movie. It's just a great movie. And I'm tired of hearing people say that Star Trek the motion picture is a terrible movie, because it's not. Star Trek 2 is also a great movie. Guess what? Star Trek 2. Most people look at the Star Trek movies and they go, hey, Star Trek 2 is the best one. Guess what? Nicholas Meyer was not a Star Trek fan. Yeah, hadn't seen a lick of Star Trek. He did his research going into it, but you're talking about a person that he wasn't like entrenched in Star Trek growing up. This was a guy who knew how to make movies. just like Tony Gilroy. He knew how to tell a story. Not the biggest Star Wars fan. So anybody that says that they would rather have passion over a good storyteller, I will take a good storyteller any day. I would rather you break canon and tell me a great story. That's what I want. I want a good story. Good story trumps everything. It's better than anything. It's better than great casting. It's better than a great soundtrack. It's better than great effects. A good story can cure a lot of problems. So, guess where I stand on the Odyssey? When people are arguing about the casting of certain people in certain roles, I'm like, have you seen the movie yet? Good storytelling is good storytelling. Is good storytelling. Who gives a crap who's playing the parts? Because guess what? Males played female roles back in the time of Shakespeare. There's plenty of all kinds of examples across the board of different races playing different parts. Guess what? You cast the best person for that role. Now, if it's obvious that this is clearly an initiative that someone's trying to push forward, okay, you have my permission to get a little upset about that. But when it's clearly a choice based on performance, a choice based on someone who is, nominated for an Academy Award, maybe you ought to wait and see before you make judgment. That's all I'm saying. So again, story first, period. That's just how I look at it. So anyway, Star Trek is great. And I'm so happy that the original series with the updated effects allowed me to get into the story without having to focus so much on how crappy some of the effects were. Because, let's be honest, some of those effects are crappy, but great stories. Some of the stories were hokey, sure, for the 60s and all that. I get it. But a lot of it was really good stuff. And it made me fall in love with Star Trek enough that I watched the entire Next Generation, which also had its share of hokey effects and hokey stories and stuff like that. But overall, absolutely amazing. I'm so glad that I finally got to watch that. Now, of course, now I have Deep Space Nine and Voyager to get to. I got a lot of other things to watch too. So, but anyway, all I'm trying to say is, Star Trek's okay in my book. But then again, you could also say that Star Trek is more like science futurism. It's like a possible future for us, where Star Wars is more space fantasy. But anyway, you're kind of selling me on Andor. Might have to give it a try. Lou, look, man, I love it. Yeah, there's not a Jedi in sight, but it is a fantastic story, well told. And the problem is, and this is why some people, are kind of turned off by Andor. They start off kind of slow, and he's building they're building blocks. And when you're first starting out, you're like, okay, but can we move it along a little bit? And then the next couple episodes, and you're kind of like, okay, I think I kind of see where you're going. But it's like this. Both seasons do this, where it's like this, and then all of a sudden, and it's like, holy crap. Season 2 started off, and I was thinking, oh man, it's going to start up here just like season, where season 1 ended. No, it starts off slow again. And I was kind of like, okay. And then, hold on, because it gets awesome. I love Andor. And yeah, there are some slow parts, but holy crap, what a great show. So, especially if you've got Disney Plus, dude, no brainer. Click the button. Just click the button and watch it. And Stop Fox agrees, says Andor is great. Rufus said, you really have to hate Jim Henson to not like Jedi. Well, the problem with Jedi, if you really think about it, there are things that I'll tell you this. You know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait because, in a few minutes, let's see if this will actually show up. In a few minutes, we're going to do this. And again, for Bucho, we're going to rank everything. All the Star Wars. We're going to rank it all. Okay? We are going to rank it all. So, but I will say about Jedi, there are, when it comes to action scenes, Jedi has two of my favorite moments in the whole trilogy. In fact, maybe the whole saga. But it's my least favorite of the original trilogy as a whole. And it's because it's kind of messy. And it's kind of and this is one of those things where I'm not trying, and just like Robert Meyer Burnett said, I know, in his streams where he's basically criticizing The Last Jedi, or The Last Jedi, Return of the Jedi. He's criticizing it. And he's saying, by no means, if you love Return of the Jedi, I'm not sitting here trying to tell you that you're wrong. Because there's probably nothing that I can tell you that will make you think, oh, I'm wrong about this thing that I've loved for 43 years. Can you believe that it's been out for 43 years, Return of the Jedi? Oh my God. But he said, you're coming at it from most people talking about Star Wars today. They're talking from a point of reference where Star Wars was always there. And that really opened my mind up. Because he said, if you think about it, if you basically came online and now you're in the world and all of a sudden you realize that, oh yeah, Star Wars has been around for a long time. If you're one of those people, so basically if you were basically born, after probably 71, 72, if you're younger than that, then you've always had a place where Star Wars has existed in your mind, in culture. You never had a choice. It was just there. And when you grow up with it, you become a little more forgiving of things that may not make sense. You may have looked at, 4, 5, and 6, and you go, oh yeah, all that, yeah, that's great. But you can't really criticize it fairly. And it's really kind of an interesting thought process. And he takes you through that thought process, and it's really kind of cool. Like I said, I love these streams. I thought they were great. But anyway, Jedi is my least favorite of the three. And Johnny Flipswitch, good to see you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry that. Oh, by the way, that's the reason that I think I said it. No, I didn't actually say it. That the reason that the stream is today versus yesterday is because my niece was graduating, and I wanted to be there to support her on that. And we went out to eat, did all the things, but then it took pretty much over an hour to get home because it's quite a ways away, and it was raining cats and dogs last night, so it took us a lot longer to get home than I even expect. I mean, but if we had hurried home, right, when the thing was actually over, like literally, oh hey, congratulations, okay, bye. If we left right then, we still wouldn't have gone home until about 10 o'clock. So all I'm trying to say is that's why. And so we just moved it to today. And then because of the news, in case you missed it, I'm just going to say it quickly one more time, and then we'll move on. But I got the news last week that Bucho's wife lost her battle with cancer, and he wanted me to tell you guys today. He messaged me earlier this afternoon and said, "Would you mind telling the guys?" And I said, "No, I don't mind. But again, please, Bucho, and again, I don't want to relitigate everything, but Bucho's been my biggest supporter since 2005. You know, almost the moment that I became a member of the internet of the World Wide Web. The first content I ever put out, he was there, and he was always one of my biggest supporters. You know, you know what I mean. So I wanted to honor him, but we're just doing a long stream tonight, and a lot of it's going to be about Star Wars. So I hope you're ready. I'm gonna rank every single piece of Star Wars stuff, media, except for one thing I think that I haven't seen. But no, Rufus, no, he didn't. He told me, and there were some things that I had said basically since he let me know about it, that it'd probably be impossible. He probably got my little nod to him, but yeah, that was last week. And it's just, again, I want to honor him tonight because he's always saying, just do 4 more hours. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do an extra 4 hours. I don't know if we're going till 2 a.m. But we're doing a long stream tonight. In fact, there's probably not going to be a hangout because we're just going to stream because I want Bucho to be able to have something to kick back and just watch. So there you go. Is the Christmas special on there? No, it's not, Ninjinzu. No, it's not. And by the way, if that was the case, that would have to be on the bottom, like the absolute bottom. Although the Boba Fett cartoon in the middle of it is actually pretty cool. It's going to be a long stream though. It's going to be a long one. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys are buckled in. And again, look at the poll. So we have, oh my God, it's blueberry. That's what it says on the website. It says, oh my God, it's blueberry. And it says blueberry, blueberry, blueberry. And it says it's one of our biggest hits or whatever. Oh my God, blueberry. This is from a new company called JMW. You can see the J and the M and the W, which is kind of a cool logo, kind of a cool bottle. But there you go. This is the first time I've ever tried any liquids from these people. The next one is apple cream crisp. Nothing really special there other than apple cream cake. I'm sorry. So that's a cake, not a crisp. Why did I put crisp on there? Anyway, it could be great. And then this one is the half-baked or the half-baked, which is, again, like a chocolate banana pecan cookie. You guys pick, and yeah. We'll stick it in the, and this is it kind of looks like a lightsaber, doesn't it? I mean, it kind of does. Kind of looks like my Obi-Wan up here. So there you go. Make your choice, because we're going to do that pretty soon. Let's see. Carbonite is here. Carbonite, did I say hi? Welcome, Carbonite. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you're doing good. It's been a while, and that's okay. I understand, man. Life happens. Things get in the way. Maybe your Tuesday nights are all packed. You're here for a Wednesday. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, and welcome. Cosmo said, how about watching Con in 82 at a drive-in with your parents? Best time ever. Like I said, I am so happy that, I mean, I'd watch the Star Wars or the Star Trek movies and liked them for the most part. In fact, 1, 2, 3, and 4 I liked very well. 5, no. 6 was pretty good. And people that say Star Trek 3 is bad, I like Star Trek 3. Now, I mean, is it as good as 2 or 4? No. But see, what's weird is, like, I don't even like Star Trek 4 as much as a lot of people. That was Billy's favorite, by the way. Billy's favorite was Star Trek 4. And I'm like, I mean, it's okay. But, in fact, I think Star Trek 2, I can't see, it's covered up. I think Star Trek 2 is the only Blu-ray that I have of one of the movies. Because I have the I guess the Kelvin timeline, is that what you'd call it? I guess. Yeah, I have Star Trek, and Star Trek Into Darkness on Blu-ray. And then I have Star Trek Beyond in 3D. And then I have Star Trek 2. And those are the only ones that I own physically. But I have the whole collection, all of the movies, digitally. So I have never... Well, actually, wait a minute. That's not true. I have the motion picture in 4K. Super Mario, Strange Darling. Oh, it is there. It's just the light was kind of... Yeah, I have the motion picture on Blu-ray or on 4K because they did a big restoration on it and it looks great. So, there you go. Rufus, I see your comment about the Odyssey, and I'm not going to read that. But welcome. Good to see you. And Phil Holland, welcome, Phil. Good to see you. I don't know if you're still here, but good to see you, sir. It's been a while too. He said, "Everyone, I watched the extended Mando episode in the cinema." Well, there you go. Lou said, "My favorite part of Jedi is when Vader's baiting Luke to come out of hiding, and the music kicks in that starts the fight. Epic." I mean, you're not wrong, and that's the thing. To me, that final battle is, well, it's really the heart of Star Wars, is it not?
What's up? Have you seen Westworld?
Wesley Van, yes, I have. I have. Now, if you're talking about the series, I don't think I watched... How many seasons were there? Because I watched 3 seasons of Westworld, and then I felt like it lost its steam. I don't think I ever watched the last season. How many seasons are there of Westworld? 4 seasons. Yeah, I don't think I watched the 4th season. And I never saw the movie. The old movie with the older movie with Yul Brynner. I never saw that one. I actually a lot of the kind of like the ideas in Westworld were awesome.
Love ya, son.
I think that was from 7th earlier. Oh. Okay. Is Nightbot working tonight? Dude, come on. Just let me in the freaking... Wow. Okay, it seems to have been working. Yeah, that was from an hour ago. Man, Streamlabs is just janky on freaking Mac, I guess. That's just the way it is. But anyway. But no, I saw the first, I want to say 3 seasons of Westworld, and then it seemed to be losing its steam, and I just never got around to watching the 4th season. But I actually really liked Westworld for a while. So, yeah. When I went to the cinema to watch, we went before it opened, and a group of 50-odd-year-old men plotted to buy all the popcorn buckets, which they did, and the lead guy said, "We will make a killing online." That is stupid. But that's the world we live in, and it's dumb, and I can't stand it. I don't understand why. I mean, in a way, I kind of understand from the cinema's point of view, from the theater's point of view. Why should they care? They don't, as long as they're selling out of their stock, they don't care. But they really should be limiting it to like 2 per person, They shouldn't be buying all of them. And yeah, you could argue, well, nothing stops that, that person from coming in or getting one person buy 2 and then another person in the group buy 2. And it's just, I hate that. It's one of the reasons why I quit buying doubles of like Lego sets. It's like anything that's really desirable like that, I don't want to hoard it. If I'm using it, that's one thing. But I'm not going to buy another one to hoard to sell later. It's just not I'm not a reseller. And anything that I buy, I want it to be used for its intended purpose. I'm not going to buy something and not open it. I mean, I say that and the alien's still sitting over there unopened, but that's just because I don't know where I'm going to put it. But it is cool that's there. but yeah, so yeah, I don't understand that. I hate it. I hate that kind of stuff. And yeah, again, condolences to Bucho, of course. Yeah. Phil said that's gut punching all the best to Bucho and his family. Absolutely. And Rufus said, did he tell us prior? Oh no, my heart for him. This is awful. I know. It's just it's weird. It's weird how much cancer has been so close to a lot of people. And it just sucks. It just sucks. There's no other way to put it. It sucks. So Stuff Out said, longest stream ever. I've got my Magnum condoms. I've got my wad of hundreds. I'm ready to watch. Well, okay then. Ninjinzu said he joined my stream a couple of days ago. Didn't even act like anything was wrong. Yeah, he said what he's been doing is he's been visiting streams that he goes to, and it's basically to help him. And again, the thing is you can't just, you'll never forget. But it's one of those things where a little bit of normal helps, you know? So yeah. And again, thank you to Wesley for the donation. I appreciate that. And then Carbonite said, sorry, hard to make Tuesday streams. Carbonite, again, no worries, man. You're always welcome, whatever day it is, you know? And if you're like, hey, I haven't watched you in 6 months, the fact that you came back, I appreciate it, man. And Rufus said, we could have been there for him all this time. Imagine the legend didn't want to burden us. Love that man. He is an amazing guy. He really is. And what's up, Chris? Good to see you. Oh yeah, you weren't meant to read. That was for the depraved boys and me being brave. Please don't take my mod. Love you, brother. No worries, man. I'll just look, man. That's why I read before. I don't just start reading. You know, I'm not like freaking, God, I just went blank. Anchorman. He's like, did somebody put that on the teleprompter? You know he'll read whatever, because, you know. Anyway. But yeah. How dare you let my virgin eyes see that, Rufus? That's what Stopfalk said. And Phil said there's a sequel to Westworld called Future World. I think Nightbot's still around. I thought I saw a Nightbot earlier. Well, let's see. I don't know.
Bucho is mucho. Bueno? That doesn't rhyme at all.
Thank you, Seventh, for that $10 donation. You guys are, look, you guys are too good to me. And then after freaking, you know, Wood came in here, you know, dropping all kinds of crazy, you guys are amazing. Thank you. But yeah, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, Discord works. So it's working. I said Discord. Nightbot works. He's probably just, you know, you just chilling over there. Because you know Nightbot sits over here in the corner. Right? I'm pointing at the corner. You can't see it. But he's right there. Just kind of chilling. He's dozing a little bit. That's all right. That's all right. And Rufus said, Star Fox, I got a portal. Told some dude on Marketplace where I live and work, and he was all, I can has tattoo. And I said, yes. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Mid-morning Nightbot is covering for Nightbot. Well, there you go. Maybe. Yeah, Star Fox. Too many people. Too many people. Lou said ranking Star Wars should be easier than Bond. I mean, it is, because I've seen it all, and it's all like, there's something about Star Wars. It's always there, you know? And even if there was plenty of years where I would take a break from Star Wars. But it was always there. It was always there, and it was always in my mind. He's a well-known reseller. The guy who bought all the buckets, it kicked off, his patents went for him. He's asking 145 pounds on eBay. For popcorn buckets, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I don't know why it won't let me, Rufus. Do you have a PS5 to use that PS Portal with? Can't beat free. And then Phil said it would be nice to donate to a cancer charity in honor of Bucho's wife. We actually thought about that. What the hell? Please sign into your channel. That was really strange. A message came up on YouTube and said that. Very strange. I mean, it logged into my little YouTube studio thing just fine. I was getting shorts ready for the weekend, if you know what I mean. So, don't fall for phishing sign-in scam. Wait, what? All it did was refresh the page. That's all it did. But you're right. You're right, Phil. I think that would be nice. I just don't know. I don't know exactly. I think there's a humility to Bucho, but also, if we wanted to, we should be able to. You know, it's kind of like you should let people bless you. And I'm not talking about in any sort of religious fashion. I'm talking about if somebody wants to bless you with, they should be able to allow to do that. And if that means that we're giving in honor of whatever, then yeah, I think that would be cool. And Wesley said, we donate because we love you and your content. You're the best. Wesley, you're too kind, man. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm not the best. I'm just a dude doing the thing. But I really appreciate you saying that. It's very, very nice of you. Let's see. Unless you get paid to take something. Oh, the portal? I'm not. It requires one. Oh. And there's...
We donate because we love you and your content. You're the best.
Thank you again, Wesley. I appreciate that. Again, I'm just a guy, and I will say it again. I really do appreciate the donations. Not necessary. Just the fact that you're here means so much to me that you don't have to do that. So I appreciate it. Define free. I have to pay the person doing the tattoo. Oh. But Phil, I'll ask and we'll see. We'll see. I don't even know what you're saying, Rufus, but there you go. Oh, I gotcha. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying now. And man, it's warm in here. Man, it's warm. So, shall we start? Shall we start with the absolutely insane? Let's just do it. Let's talk about every Star Wars piece of content. That is okay. Let me be honest here. This doesn't include legend stuff. This is all of the this is all for the stuff. For the stuff. Disney stuff and Lucasfilm stuff. It's live action moving content. I don't know what you want to call it. Moving media. So there's no books in here. There's no anything that's outside of out of canon, really. So let's start off with the original Star Wars. It's called Star Wars. Anybody ever heard of Star Wars? It's the original. Of course it's going up here, Ness. Of course. Of course it's going up there. Now the only question is Empire better? Is Empire better than Star Wars? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Empire's my favorite. Empire's, I mean, look. I'm not going to mince words about Empire, okay? It is the best. I don't care what's down there. Hey!
Love, support and praise be to all inhabitants of Robton Manor. Order 40 Tulians. I'm British man. I speak in Britannical voice. Do you see? I am a Noth's child. I am Prince Harry. 200 characters thing.
But Bonobo Juice, thank you. But it worked. Okay, where am I? I'm in the browser. And for some reason, the alert box for the browser, for my browser button, still works. Okay, copy. Don't for now, don't do any donations. We're going to try something. Okay, I'm going to hit there. I'm going to go over here real quick. We're going to go over here. Oh, the alien's there. Ah! Get out of here, alien. Oh crap. Okay. Let me look. It's called okay. Let me do this. We're going to do shit, what is that? Is that a Sorry, I want to try this. And we've got time, right? Don't we? It's a browser source, right? And it's YouTube, that alert box. Bam. And if I double click on this and put this in and hit OK, this page is not available. Okay, let me delete it. See, you remember when I said that my OBS screwed up? Any changes I make, it won't work. It won't work at all. Or I say any changes I make. So for example, like this. See, now it says this page is not available over there. And then if I do this, oh, look at that. It broke it. Huh. And I can't click on that. There's no way to click on that. Well, crap. By trying to use it, it broke it again. Well, crap. That sucks. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. And Style Fox, no. No. Try these. I don't know. There might actually be a limit. Like it might not play a noise if it's under a certain limit. And I don't know if that, because it should have played it already. Let's see. Super chats. And I'm getting errors in the Streamlabs thing. See, and that's what's weird. It's almost like it defaulted to something else because I show minimum amount to alert, minimum amount for recent events. It says 0. And it's still got my where wasn't it Carbonite that made me as Qui-Gon? I'm pretty sure Carbonite did that. It's still there. I wonder, let's see.
This is a test super chat message.
Yeah. It's just okay. Well, let's just move on with the show because apparently it's just not going to work. Yeah. And see, I think it's because originally there was no minimum or maximum for having the alert show up, but for some reason it's defaulted to where you have to donate, I think, above $2 for it to actually come through and speak. That could be wrong though. But I don't know where the level is because mine shows 0, which means there's no minimum, which means if you donated 49 cents, it should come through and speak. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. So yeah, basically Empire is awesome and I love it. And there you go. It's great. And I won't have anybody talk bad about Empire. I get it. If somebody doesn't like Empire Strikes Back, I get it. And what's funny is a lot of people that don't like Empire, it's because the first 20 or 30 minutes kind of bores them. All the snow stuff, it just kind of lulls them into a stupor. And I get it. I mean, it's not for you. It's everything's, whatever. I get it. But not me. Empire's the best one in my opinion. It's the one with the most lore. I love the fact that I love all the Yoda stuff. That's my favorite. One of my favorite sections of all the movies. It's great. Now, again, we talked earlier, Return of the Jedi. It's my least favorite. It's my least favorite of the original trilogy, the OG trilogy, right? There are 2 scenes that I think of when I think of the best, the best Star Wars, or some of the best scenes in Star Wars, period. I've shown it before. I've talked about it before. But when Luke is about to jump in, or they're about to push Luke into the Sarlacc pit, he flips over. R2 shoots his new lightsaber over to him, and he lights it, and it's green. I lost my freaking mind as a kid. It's that sequence is so exciting, and I love the shot of the lightsaber falling into Luke's hand. It's actually like this. Like if you're, he catches it, looks at, and then lights it, and then he looks and he ducks under a swing of something. For whatever reason, that shot is my favorite shot in all of Star Wars. One camera move. And I love it. It's my favorite. But I also say that the space battle at the end of Return of the Jedi is the best space battle really in any of the movies. It's just awesome. There's so much awesome in that. Now, you could probably say, hey, what about Rogue One? Okay, Rogue One's space battle is pretty damn cool, but it's not as good as Return of the Jedi. Not to me. So I'm going to I know this might be sacrilege to some of you. I'm going to put it in A. I don't think it's an S level. I just don't. It's great. And I love the final battle between Luke and Vader. I love the Emperor stuff. All that's great. But the rest of the movie, you've got Ewoks to deal with. You've got the fact that Leia is honestly, her character just takes a backseat to everyone else. I mean, honestly, Han does too. They turn Han into a goofball. It's just not the same. I'm just saying, it's not the same. It's not the same as the first two. It's still an A, okay? But it's just not that good. Now, episode 1, we get to the prequels, because we're talking, this is all canon now. This is Star Wars canon up to this point. And you can argue and you can say, well, that shouldn't be canon. Okay, well, this is the actual Star Wars canon as of today. Mandalorian and Grogu is here. Okay? So there you go. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. It's a B. It's nowhere near as good as Return of the Jedi, but it's pretty good. In fact, there's so much lore being thrown at you that it's kind of ridiculous. Now, saying that episode 1 is better than any of the original trilogy, I've never understood anybody that says that. But a lot of that comes with oh, and by the way, I have the ability as an American person to change my mind if something doesn't work out with my with my thought process. Right now it's a B because it's the 4th movie that I'm ranking, and it's not as good as Return of the Jedi. So it may end up being in a C, but we'll see, okay? We'll see. Anyway, episode 1 is fine. Sure, you can sit there and say that Jar Jar, is terrible. Jake Lloyd, his performance as Anakin is terrible. I honestly don't mind Jake Lloyd in the movie. The pod race is amazing. Darth Maul is amazing. The score overall is amazing. I said that when the battle droids are landing on Naboo, sorry, wrong movie. When they're landing on Naboo, the march that is playing is one of my favorite pieces of Star Wars score. I mean, of course, you've got the Imperial March. Of course, all that stuff is S tier. But what I'm saying is, I really, really love that score, and I don't think I'm wrong. I think it's not bad. It's not as bad as episode 2. Which, look, I know there are fans of episode 2. You've got Obi-Wan playing detective against Jango Fett. You've got the sonic bombs or whatever, the plang, I love all that. You've got the Battle of Geonosis, which again, seeing that in 2000, when was that? That was 2002, which is kind of crazy to think, right? 24 years ago. But seeing that in 2002, people lost their minds. People lost their minds at the Battle of Geonosis. Number one, you're seeing more Jedi on screen than you've ever seen before. And then there's these clones that drop out of nowhere and start laying waste to all these battle droids. It was kind of amazing. Now, over time, you start to realize that this isn't that great. The storytelling is a little shaky. The performances are shaky a little bit. A lot of it. And a lot of that dialogue is pretty terrible. But the only reason that it's not an F is because of the Obi-Wan Jango stuff. And the Battle of Geonosis. And just the design of the Republic gunship is worthy of not being an F. So I'm going to put it in D. I know. A lot of you are thinking, there's got to be an F, right? Oh, there's an F. Don't you worry. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Highly touted as possibly the best in the Star Wars prequels. And I will agree with that. I think it's up here under Return of the Jedi. Now, here's the thing. Even though they're... You know what? And the reason I'm doing this is because even though it's definitely the best of the prequels, it's not on the same level as Return of the Jedi. I'm sorry, it's just not. I think episode 3 still has moments where you're just kind of like, what the heck, man? You know? And that's the problem with episode 3. There's still that eye roll. No, it's because I'm still so in love with you. Well, it's made you blind then, or so. It's just like, oh my God, this dialogue is so bad. And even some of the dialogue, even some of the performances from great actors, not great. And I'm talking about some of the lines that Samuel L. Jackson gives, not great. And I love Samuel L. Jackson. That's a director problem, which means the director didn't give them enough chances to get it right. I think that the prequels would have been better movies if they had just been given a few more chances to get it right. But anyway, episode 3 is the best of the prequels. It is the best movie of the prequels. But there you go. It's not on the level with Return of the Jedi, I'm sorry. Now, Star Wars The Clone Wars. Now, this is the animated prequel to the Clone Wars series. Why is the Clone Wars not on here? Okay, wait a minute. This is faulty. Do we see the Clone Wars by itself? No. Oh, that's the far. Okay, we're just going to count that. This right here, we're going to count that as the Clone Wars. This is going to be Clone Wars, the movie. Because at the time, we didn't have any context to what the Clone Wars animated series was going to be like. We just had, this theatrically released movie, right? Where to put this? Because there are things that I like about it. In fact, I think this is literally, I think it's 2-3 episode arcs of the Clone Wars put together to basically start off the animated series, I think. And in fact, I think if you look at the Star Wars chronology, this takes place actually later in the season. But apparently these were done first, and they were done to, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, you'd have to look up the actual chronology. But here's the thing. It's not great. The first arc is not bad. The second arc, and guess what they're doing? They're trying to find Jabba's son, Rada the Hutt. Little baby Rada the Hutt. He's literally like this big in the Clone Wars cartoon. And then shows up again in Mandalorian and Grogu. But this is not good. My only question is whether to put it into C, because the first arc is good. I'm still thinking. Give me a minute. I'm going to put it down here. And the reason even though I really like the first arc, I had to think, would I rather watch Attack of the Clones again, or would I rather watch this Clone Wars movie by itself again? I don't want to watch the movie by itself again, okay? I'm just saying. I don't want to. Now, at this point, we really should be talking about the actual series Clone Wars. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, even though the final season came out exactly where we're looking. Oh, you can't see that. Here, let's do this. So the way they've got it is they've got it in between Rise of Skywalker and Visions 2. This actually took place or started way back here before The Force Awakens. So it should be like here. But it didn't finish up until down here. Oops, down here. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about it now. And here's the thing. if you weren't aware, Bucho and I, we did a whole freaking podcast about the Clone Wars. Every episode. And yeah. What it did is it actually gave context to a lot of the dumb stuff in the prequels, and it actually it gave context to a lot of the character development between episodes 2 and 3. It gave more reason for Anakin to turn to the dark side, so that when he finally turns in episode 3, it's actually kind of like, yeah, this was inevitable. It was going to happen. It's just a matter of time. But then it does an amazing thing in the final season and starts to cover some of the same ground that episode 3 does. And it's amazing. But Clone Wars is great anyway. I would highly, highly, highly recommend if you're going to go through the Clone Wars series, make sure that you look up Clone Wars chronological order, because they aired the first 2 seasons. There are stuff all over the place. And then in season 3, I want to say there's something in season 3 where I think the first 6 episodes belong somewhere else. So make sure that you watch it in chronological order and stuff will make more sense. Okay? Just do that. But I'm going to put it, this is going to be crazy. I know a lot of people are going to be like, what? Yeah. It's not as good as Return of the Jedi, but it's way up there. It's really good. So, yeah. And now we get into the really interesting stuff. See, this one right here is really hard for me. Because The Force Awakens has problems. Oh, the Ewok movies are not considered canon, 7th. So, that's why. Yeah, The Force Awakens on its own, okay, just as a movie on its own, it's pretty entertaining. It's only after you start really thinking about it that it starts to form problems. And then Bucho himself said that he hates the movie because he turned one of his favorite characters into basically a deadbeat dad. And it's kind of right. It's kind of like it resets a lot of the stuff that happened after episode 6. Now, a lot of people said that they did the exact same thing with Luke. It basically kind of turned Luke into Obi-Wan, turned Han into, and I'm talking about being a hermit that has nothing to do with anything. They turned Han into a deadbeat dad, and then they turned Leia into kind of a half senator or something. Like it's really weird because it's never really explained why the Resistance and the actual Galactic Republic aren't the same, or you know what I'm talking, all that stuff, right? The New Republic, I should say, not Galactic Republic. The New Republic are not like, why is there a resistance? And why is there it's not explained. And it's one of those things that really should have been explained in the movie. So you're not really sure about Leia. Han's a deadbeat dad. Luke is nowhere to be found, really. It's like, why? Why? And I will absolutely agree with you when someone says it was an absolute crime for J.J. Abrams to not put the trilogy, or the 3 main characters from Return of the Jedi, well, the original trilogy, together at least in one scene. Like, why would you do that? I can't answer that question for you. And it's because his answer is because every time that you tried to introduce Luke Skywalker into the story earlier, it continually takes your focus away from the rest of the story. He takes over. It's kind of like, I don't know. In a way, I get that, but he basically punted. he didn't want to take, it's almost like he didn't want to take responsibility for Luke not being in the story, so he just left it for the next person to figure out. And that's weird. But he also has Han say that Luke felt responsible and he left. Some say he was looking for the first Jedi temples or whatever. But they basically, in The Force Awakens, they set up that Luke left. So if you want to blame what happened to Luke as a character, you have to blame J.J. Abrams. And then people say, well, you know, Rian Johnson could have come up with another reason why he would have completely ignored everything in The Force Awakens. Oh yeah? What would that have been? That he as a Force user, he couldn't hear the galaxy crying out in terror as they're being destroyed by Starkiller Base? The only reason is that he's disconnected. And why would he be disconnected? That's why he did what he did. Now, again, you can disagree with that, but that's the reasoning. And all of that comes from J.J. Abrams, not Rian Johnson. So, anyway, we're not talking about Last Jedi yet. We're not there yet. We're talking about The Force Awakens. The Force Awakens. Let me just look at that for a second and see if that makes sense. So not as good as episode 3, but better than episode 1. Would I rather watch The Force Awakens rather than watch episode 1? Not anymore. Not anymore. I think I would have put it there before Rise of Skywalker came out. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to just go ahead and put it here. Yep, I think that works. And there's a reason for that. You'll see it later. I think so. Rogue One. Many people. In fact, I'm just kind of wondering, are people like angry? Are y'all like so angry? That was a quick alert turn up. Yeah, I don't understand why it worked so fast, so well that time. It's Targuars. I love Arturitu. Wait a minute. I'm gonna let's see. I don't live ever. I lost my life and my dog died at my feet. Jody B said S tier. Let's see. Okay, wait. Let's get it past the alerts here. Okay, it would not work for me, yeah. Who doesn't like Empire? I mean, I don't know. Well, there were people back in the day when the movie came out. There were people saying the exact same things that people were saying about The Last Jedi. Like it's kind of amazing if you look at like, and these are old what were they called? BBS message boards. This was prior to like Newsnet or news groups. And there was like a fan club that said, we're no longer, we're going to shut down the fan club now because obviously the fact that Luke or that Darth Vader is Luke's father is just ridiculous and this is stupid and it's obviously not for us. So stick it. We're not doing the fan club anymore. It's like, wow. So it's kind of amazing. But anyway, I'm building a snowtrooper army right now for Star Wars Legion, the miniature game. I love Empire. Empire's the greatest. And see, Jody B says, Return of the Jedi is my favorite. I have the fondest memory seeing that movie. I think it might be my most in-theater viewings of all the movies. Ooh, that's a good... I don't know what my top one would be. Because I was pretty young when Empire came out. I don't know how many times we saw it. Han Solo and the Door are boring. Chris. And then Style Falk said, sacrilege. My first Star Wars theater experience was episode 1. Went to see it because of the Pod Racers. The Pod Racers game. I'm sorry. Racer. Yeah, that's great. It's a great game. I love Jar Jar and Jake. See? And here's the thing. The Clone Wars actually makes Jar Jar... It actually kind of... It softened me to Jar Jar. And it made me realize that Jar Jar does have a place in the galaxy. And not just to be the guy that causes the law that says that, Palpatine's gonna become Chancellor or whatever, or give emergency powers to the Chancellor. It's more than that, and I liked it. I really liked it. So yeah, that's why I don't mind Jar Jar and Jake. I don't mind him either. I seriously look at that as, if given more opportunities to get it right, I think those scenes between Jake and Natalie Portman, because even Natalie Portman isn't great in the prequels, in all of them. And Natalie Portman, isn't she Academy Award winning actress Natalie Portman now? It's not her. And you might say, well, then why was Ewan McGregor so good in the prequels? Well, that's because he was already experienced and already basically said, okay, this guy's not going to direct me. I'm just going to bring it. Ian McDiarmid is the same way. I would also say that Liam Neeson brought it for Qui-Gon. So I think the less experienced you are, the worse you're going to look if the director isn't guiding you. And I feel like Natalie and Hayden both were a victim of that. And Jake were a victim of that. But anyway, that's my opinion. I love George Lucas, okay? But he's not the best director. It's just the truth. I should probably switch off of this for a second. People who grew up with the prequels tend to like those better. Yeah. I like his child Anakin. Yeah. I mean, I thought he was a kid. And there's nothing wrong with the kid being a kid. And I think he showed just the right amount of skill and the fact that he could get mad. I like that. So I asked my friend who just saw the movie, who the hell's Grogu? He had to explain to me. I said, I thought that was Yoda, baby Yoda. I thought the shows the last couple of years was Yoda Origins. Yeah, it's not Yoda. I mean, they call him baby Yoda because he looks like he's another member of Yoda's species. But in the Mandalorian series, which is that actually here as its own thing? It is. Okay. In the Mandalorian series, they show a few glimpses of him being present for Order 66 in the Jedi Temple. Now, what happened to Grogu in between, we don't know. We don't know all those answers. But that's the problem. I think that's the main problem with the movie that came out. It's not that what happened is so terrible. It's that we didn't get anything new about Mandalorian or Grogu. We got no character development really at all. Did Grogu make some choices that were kind of cool to CMC? Yes, but those were choices that he was capable of in the show. Mandalorian barely has any lines. It's just, it could have been more, is all I'm saying. But I'm trying to gauge the movie on what it was, and what it was terrible. It just wasn't everything I wanted. So, anyway. Unlike saying it gets everywhere, man, there was zero chemistry between those two. Prequels would have been better if you had a real love story between Vader and Padme. It was just so bad. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Jar Jar Binks and Maul is the best thing of episode 1. Everything else garbage. I disagree with that. And the reason I say that is because I thought Ian McDiarmid brought it from minute 1. And his plans were so intriguing and so smartly, I would say, crafted into the rest of the story that I can't discount that. in episode 1, because episode 1 is where his plan really began. And man, it's just really cool to watch. I love seeing him, just like he's in the ear of Padme, and he's like, now they will vote on a new chancellor, a strong chancellor, maybe one who will, give our trouble some notice. So of course, who gets nominated? Palpatine. You know what I mean? It's just like those things are really interesting, and I love the way that plays out. So yeah, even though episode 1, you can argue the Gungans or whatever, and I get it. And of course, now watching it now in 4K, man, some of that CG is definitely dating itself. Episode 2 as well. But I like too much of the lore in the story. I actually think that the explanation of the midichlorians is interesting. But it's also like it's basically a way to quantify, for them to be able to quantify that this kid is special. I wish there was a different way to do it, but I like the fact that they, from minute 1, both Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are like, holy crap, this kid's got a lot of midichlorians. You know what I mean? And it's like, I get why people don't like it, but that's the reason for it, is they had to quantify that in a way that was measurable. And how else to do that than to come up with an idea for midichlorians? I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Quick note, then shutting up. Where are the Ewok? Oh, yeah, I already said that. Yeah, they're not there. Force Awakens was A tier with pre-release hype, almost S tier. Now with that trilogy all done, it deserves that C rank. I mean, it really had there was so much potential. Even if you could argue, if you wanted to argue that was just a remake of A New Hope, I get it. I totally get it, and I can see it. I still think there's enough different about The Force Awakens that kind of, recontextualizes it, and makes it its own thing. But you're right, especially once you see that it's all over, man. Vinny, see that who I be? This isn't Minecraft. It's not. It's not. But I will also say, hey, Vinny, great job on the Game Dave stuff. Over on the Game Dave channel, your Minecraft stuff is awesome. Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna miss out on most of tomorrow's episode too, because I have the back rooms to go see. So I apologize, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to take part more. But Vinny, hats off to you, my friend. You're amazing, and that stuff is great over there. So if you guys want to go check out Game Dave stream tomorrow night, there's some cool stuff that Vinny C did in the Minecraft server over there. So Stop Fox. Wait. Darth Vader's Luke's father? I always thought Baby Yoda was dumb since it's way after his death. Don't you know, Stop Fox? He is of the Yodaic kind. He is Yoda-nescent. What about Yaddle? Yeah, Yaddle is definitely in Yoda species, but Yoda has never, or that species has never been named. Because they want to keep a mystery. They'll fill in the gaps of every, they'll find a character that you can barely see for a second and a half in the background, and they're going to say, you know what, we should make that a villain, something that the Mandalorian has to fight in The Mandalorian and Grogu. I'm talking about a man-to-man. Anyway, yeah, so they say that, yeah, it's not, it's, yeah. Quickly. Saw New Hope in 77 on my dad's knee in the theater. I was 3. Saw Empire the day I registered for kindergarten. I was almost 6. Yeah. For me, like I said, I've said it many times. Empire is when I came online. The probe droids coming out of the Star Destroyer is like my first memory. And being like, oh my God. So for me, Star Wars, I'm one of those people that Robert Meyer Burnett was talking about. I have always known Star Wars in my life. And for me, again, being 7 years old, seeing Return of the Jedi in the theater opening weekend, even though there are, especially now as an adult, there are things that I do not like. And I'm just going to say this. And this might be one of those things that really pisses people off. But I think the movie would have actually been a little bit better if Mark Hamill was a better actor at that time. And I think it's because there are things about his performance that are off. And maybe it's because maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's because of the scene that I'm thinking about is the scene where he's telling Leia that, hey, we're related. Which, again, one of those things where they just said, yeah, let's make them brother and sister. There's no way they had that in mind in 1980 when Leia kisses Luke like they're lovers. I'm sorry, it's just not. Come on. Come on. If you had that in mind the whole time and this is all for kids, you would have never done that. So don't tell me that you had this all, planned from the beginning. You didn't. I'm sorry, but you didn't. So I'm telling you it's just his performance is off. As an adult watching that his performance is off. And actually Carrie Fisher's is too. Carrie Fisher, and maybe it's because of the way that she was treated. Hey, you're going to come in and save the day, but first you have to get into this swimsuit that's going to reveal pretty much your whole body. So you've got to get in the best shape of your life. Maybe she wasn't thrilled about that. And maybe, I don't know. I'm not blaming anything, apparently there was drug use and all kinds of stuff, right? If you want to go into the real story, there was some drug use and Carrie Fisher was all over it. Okay. But man, her performance is off. I'm just saying, Jedi is a little all over the place. And it really is. It's amazing that it all came together as well as it did. But I kind of feel like it's basically a big toy commercial. While trying to wrap up the story threads that they wanted to wrap up. Sorry if I ruin. I'm not trying. Again, I'm not trying to ruin anything. And if I'm talking critically about your favorite movie, I'm sorry. Don't take it that way. Just take it. This is the reason why I feel the way I feel, and that can be it. The opera scene by far my favorite part of the trilogy. I wish they kept that seriousness and tone. That is a really nice. That is a really nice scene, Lou, for sure. It's just. It feels really otherworldly. But at the same time, what they're talking about, everybody is leaned forward and going, you know what I mean? Like, ooh, this is some cool stuff. So yeah. Vinny said midi-chlorians equals power levels in Dragon Ball Z. The numbers are proven to be to not be the defining factor in someone's overall power / ability. It wasn't clear that he was his father. Are you serious? Imagine kissing someone that way and then it turns out that's your sibling. I mean, that's probably why Carrie Fisher gives the performance she gives. She's like, search your feelings, you know it to be true. And then she goes, I know. Somehow, I've always known. No, you didn't. I'm sorry, you didn't know. Okay? You didn't. You wouldn't have kissed your brother that way. Even if it was just to piss off Han. Or maybe, okay, maybe you could say that was just to piss off Han. And Luke played along. But come on. I don't think so. Okay, I have to put my pee in there. Not like literally in there, but the bathroom is behind that door. I have to go. You kiss your brother with that mouth? It's like Back to the Future. It's like I'm kissing my brother. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay? I'll be right back. Look, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I just ended the poll because there's no way anything else is going to win. The half bitki one. That is the chocolate banana pecan cookie. So before we get into Rogue One, and don't worry, I feel like I'm taking a long time to get through this, but once we get past the prequels, or the prequels, the sequel trilogy, this is going to be easy. Okay? We're going to be like, yeah, this goes here, this goes here, this is bad, this is bad, this is okay, this is bad. You know what I mean? Anyway. So, sorry, I wanted to take a vape, but I want to try this one because that's what you guys chose. This is half, I mean, it's basically supposed to be half baked. But again, what was the let me see. Let me see. Hold on. A concoction of banana bread batter, chocolate cake mix, and pecans, baked or packed into a cookie dough, soft baked and dusted with powdered sugar. So let's see if we're anywhere close to that, okay? Because I mean, I just don't know if all that can be in this little. Okay. Just smelling it, it smells like pecans. Or pecans. Or pecans. Pecans. Okay, wow. Off the nuck, banana, chocolate, pecans. This could be an all-timer, okay? But here's the problem. It never tastes the same when you vape it. Okay, so we're going to turn this on. Ooh, I need to charge this bad boy. And yeah, we're just gonna slap this on here like so. Yeah, you can kind of see what I'm doing. And it's very white on that side, so I need to put a little more on this side. There you go. There you go. And then, once that's all soaked in, let's put some on this side. I don't know why I'm talking like this. But anyway, there you go. There you go. A little bit there, a little bit there. Okay. Okay. All right. Now, let's put some on the coils themselves and let them get all very soaked. Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. Dude. Dude. That smells amazing. Dude, I have a feeling like it's not going to be good. Because this has happened so many times where something smells like, holy crap, that's amazing. And then you taste it. It's like, that tastes like the underbelly of a rooster. I just said words. I'm sorry. But you know what I mean? It's like it just doesn't taste right. Like there's something that sticks out that's too, I don't know. Like something, one of the flavors in there, like maybe there's a cookie flavor in there. You know, like, and it's supposed to be kind of the base, but the base takes over and it takes away something of the other things that off the nut and you can taste it or smell it. But when you vape it, it just doesn't work. So we'll see. It's going in here. You can see, oh, there you go. You can see there the bubble, the last of the bubble. It's full. Top on. Screw that on. And now it's ready. It's ready to vape. It almost has a, yeah, the powdered sugar is just sweetness. Usually, you know, I mean, they're just trying to make it sound amazing. I mean, who knows? But here we go. We're at 75 watts on a 0.18 ohm dual coil build, all wicked up and ready to go. Okay. First thing I'm going to have to do is turn the fan up because it's about to get cloudy. In order for me to really taste this, I need to take a couple of rips. Okay. So just give me a second. Okay. Just give me a second. I don't have any music to play right now. Do I have any music to play? No. I could. Okay, it's the first thing that showed up. It's the this is the real. It's called Real Obsession. This is what Style Fox put together. I think it's. I want to say it's an AI song, but hey.
He sits in the shadow, screen aglow, breaking the reels down blow by blow. Flicker and hum the celluloid's call. He's tearing apart the frames of it all. Order 42 when the movies collide. Truth in the lens where the stories hide. Reviews like fire, they cut, they burn. Through the chaos, the reels still turn.
Okay. I think the full song is still on. It's probably still on the Discord, is it not? Stop Fox? It's pretty good. I mean, it's a cool song. Okay. Through the nose, it's too intense. There's too much going on. But when I just vape it normally, the chocolate's throwing it off just a little bit. But holy crap, I can taste the cookie. I can taste everything. I can taste the banana is like, hey, I'm a banana. I'm a banana, guys. Hey, I'm over here. It's very light. It's mostly chocolate and pecan and cookie. The banana's just barely there. But it's pretty dang good. Now, again, this is one of those, I think that once I, vape all this and fill the tank up again, that's going to be the real key. This is rich AF. This is not something that I could vape all day. This is something that I'm going to vape. I'm going to take 2 or 3 and then go, okay, that's enough for a while. Because holy crap, it's rich. It is rich. I mean, okay, there's a picture of this, of what this is supposed to be. Just, I'm going to click on it and click off, okay? Real quick. Okay. Maybe I should do this where you can't see the price. You see that? It's kind of what it really kind of tastes like that. But holy crap. Good choice. I mean, look, this is going to be something that I'm going to enjoy vaping. I just don't know if I could vape it all day because it is rich. Okay? Rich. Starfox said, maybe she thought he was step bro. Okay. I mean, that's a possibility for sure. Get a temperature on that urine. Look, there was a lot of it because I drank all that tea and then half of this. So, that's a lot. That's why Senator Organa and his wife were so quick to adopt. Their one attempt at a natural child was up in the tower ringing them space bells. What is there anything where they tried to have a kid? I think maybe did he say that in episode 3? Bail Organa, didn't he say something along the lines like they couldn't have a child and so she would be loved or something like that? I don't know. Pickens. You want a cigarette, Justin? I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you shouldn't. I'm just going to tell you, if you have a vape, do the vape. It's in my opinion, and most, it is better. Any new pickups, Shozama? Oh yeah, we'll get to it right after we get through the look. Shozama, I don't know if you were here. Yeah, you might. Yeah. Oh, maybe Alderaan was the Appalachians of the galaxy, and that's just how they do. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha, Seventh. Thank you. But yeah, I'm not gonna go through it all again. But if you go to the beginning of the stream, you might see why this is gonna be a long stream, man. We're gonna be at it till at least midnight. Okay? So we're taking our time, we're enjoying ourselves for Bucho. So there you go. But yeah, Justin, you know, vapes are better. Just saying. That song helped me lock in on Marvel Rivals. Thanks. Oh, okay. Cool. But yes, one new pickup. One new pickup. But first, thoughts on movie Fanboys? It's okay. It's all right. I mean, a lot of that stuff, it just feels so... Wait, if I'm thinking of the right one. Because there were a few... It was okay. If I remember correctly, it was okay. I don't really have much more to say on it because I only saw it once. So, but we're talking about Rogue One. Okay? Rogue One. I might lose some of you here. Okay? But Rogue One is going right there. I think Rogue One is a very, very messy movie. I think it's tonally all over the place. I still don't think it doesn't 100% work. I also think that they basically look, we're getting close to 10 after hours, after dark. Okay. They blew their load by showing Vader too early. I will stand by that 100%. They should have never let anyone know that Darth Vader was in this movie until he lights his lightsaber at the end of that hallway. Period. I stand by it. And that's not a wait, Rob, haven't you said you need to judge a movie by what it is and not what it can never be? Like some weird headcanon or something that you've dreamed up that's better than what you saw on screen? No, I'm judging it by what I saw on screen. I still think it's a C. I don't think, like, the only character that I remembered at the end of the movie was K2SO. And they also showed their hand when the best character in the movie is the first one to go. They showed their hand. I knew what the rest of the movie was going to be. But also, and again, what I probably should have said is, hey, if you're watching this and you haven't seen some of this, I'm going to spoil the crap out of it. You know, some of it I'm going to spoil. Rogue One, I'm about to spoil the crap out of it. Okay? So if you haven't seen Rogue One, now's your chance to turn away. I pretty much gave it most of it away anyway. But it should have been Vader that took out the heroes in Rogue One. It shouldn't have been a Death Star blast, in my opinion. In a way, I can see the poetry that Stardust herself was kind of taken out by the weapon that her father helped to create. That is poetic, and I kind of like it. But I really feel like the I don't like the fact that the characters were all split apart, and I really wish that it would have driven home that Vader is a bad guy. And maybe it's I don't know. But I really wish that it hadn't been Vader that took everybody out. You know what I mean? I think that would have driven home how bad Vader is. And I just think it would have been awesome. I just think that would have been great. Not to mention, and Bucho, you know this is coming. The member berries. And you might say, but Rob, there's really only 2. The problem is they don't have the ability to just allude to something. They have to hammer it down your throat. And it's one of the things about Disney Star Wars that when they do this, it's really, really blatant. And I hate it. The fact that Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba are on Jeddah is absolutely ridiculous. And saying the exact same line that they said in the original Star Wars, that's stupid. That should have never been there. Okay, well, that's just one scene. Yeah, but now think about it. First time I'm watching it, I'm sitting there going, why are they there? That doesn't make any sense. What are they doing here? Why was that put in here? I don't understand. I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand. And I'm missing all the actual cool stuff that's happening. So then later on, we get goofy old Red 5 flying around and going, oh my God, I think I'm going to get hit. Why? What they should have done, what would have been something that might have actually worked better, is if, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. What would have been cool is seeing an X-Wing fly by with the markings. Eagle-eyed people would see it. TIE fighter comes in, blows it up. And another person says, we just lost Red 5. That's all you had to do. You didn't have to make it, oh my God, what the hell is going on? I can't get away from the TIE fighter. It's just bad. And I also don't think that look, I know Gold Squadron probably should have been there. Red Leader probably should have been there. The fact that Blue Leader and the rest of his team made it down on Scarif where they couldn't get off the planet makes sense that there's no Blue Leader or Blue Squadron in Star Wars. That I don't have a problem with. It's just, I don't know, it's goofy. And especially now, Tarkin doesn't look great. And Leia definitely doesn't look great. But it is one of those things where it's kind of interesting. But also, I don't know. The biggest problem that I have with it is that I don't know. The first half of that movie is kind of a mess. To me, it's just kind of a mess. And then it starts to, once they get onto whatever planet it is where they see Galen Erso, at that point is when the movie really starts to pick up to me. But I wish they had made different choices. That's all I'm saying. And I think Rogue One is a C. It's not. Now here's the thing. And this is the thing that we all have to keep in mind here. Most Star Wars is like pizza. Is anybody, you take the best pizza you've ever had. Maybe it's a Neapolitan pizza, from Italy, or maybe it's just a fire baked, oven pizza, right? That's just really, really good. And then you compare that to Totino's, the party pizzas, that you throw in, when you were a kid. It would take a few minutes and you get it out and there's the little pepperonis and all that stuff. You're never going to compare the two. But sometimes you're just in the mood for a Totino's party pizza. And that's where most Star Wars, or that's where a lot of Star Wars sits. there's still a lot of Star Wars that I don't want to watch again. And that's why, well, it's down a little further. So now we come to The Last Jedi. I'm going to piss some more people off. But that's where The Last Jedi sits. Now, don't get me wrong. The Last Jedi has a ton of faults. A ton of faults. There are some shots in the movie that look unfinished. That literally look like this was the first run and somebody just, for some reason, okayed it. And they were like, really? They okayed that? Wow. But that's where I'm putting it. The reason that it's not... Now, Jody B says, and look in here. Ito Ramos says Last Jedi was S tier. Jody B says Last Jedi is A. The only reason that it's not in the A tier is because we all know that there was no plan. And here's the fact. The fact of the matter is, because Rise of Skywalker shit the bed so bad, I don't really want to watch any of those anymore. Even though, in my opinion, outside of Yoda in Empire Strikes Back explaining the Force to Luke, the best actual Force lore is in The Last Jedi. And I actually think that Luke wasn't done wrong. And it's also my favorite Mark Hamill performance in Star Wars. The problem is, Canto Bight is not good. Okay? You got what do you call that when you have basically three different stories being told? It's like something A, B, and C. Anyway, you've got the A. You got the A thread, the B thread, and the C thread, right? The B thread, I think, is Canto Bight. Maybe you can argue that maybe the C thread is that's the C thread, and the B thread is the actual resistance on the ship with the slow motion chase scene. Which, again, I didn't have a problem with. And if anybody tells you that the problem with The Last Jedi are the bombers, they don't know what Star Wars is. There were bombers in Empire Strikes Back. Sorry, but it's true. So you couldn't get that out of here faster, okay? But here's the thing. Luke, the Rey, Luke, Kylo Ren story, I couldn't love it more. I love that Luke was disillusioned. I love that that's the reason. Because Kylo Ren broke him. What he did to his temple and his students, it broke him. And he said, I'm the reason for all this. I couldn't stop it. I had the power to stop it, and I couldn't. He's the reason. Or I'm the reason why I love that. And I love that he was so broken. And I love that he shut himself off from the Force, and then Rey's the one to bring him back. I love their little fight in the rain. And he's fighting with a stick. Dude, come on. It's cool. I love it. I love that I love how torn he is. And I also love a lot of the stuff he's saying about the Force at the beginning. You know, powerful light, powerful darkness. I mean, I love it. And that there's a balance on the island. I love it. And then when he sees what he sees from her, and he's like, okay, I'm out because I'm not going to make the same mistake. I love that. I love that he's so conflicted. And I love what he does at the end. And anybody that doesn't agree with this, I'm sorry, you're just not paying attention. He didn't die from using the Force really hard. Well, I mean, I guess he did. But the truth of the matter is, they explained it at the beginning of the movie. The reason that Kylo Ren and Rey can talk to each other the way that they can across, parsecs is because of their connection. Because he says, well, you're not projecting yourself here. The effort would kill you. That's what Luke does. And not only does he do it to be the ultimate badass Jedi, because that's what he did. He did it to save everybody. He did it to save everybody and to give them time to leave, to escape from the First Order. I love it. It's the ultimate Jedi action. And not only that, at the end of the movie, it lights the fire that they talk about 2 times in the movie. It lights the fire that will bring the end of the First Order. And then Rise of Skywalker just throws that away. Because even the kids, these slave kids on this planet, heard the story of Luke Skywalker standing up against the First Order. I love it so much. The problem is, there's a lot of the movie that's not good. And I love the fact that Kylo Ren pulled off what Darth Vader couldn't. He became the #1 head honcho. Darth Vader couldn't do that. Kylo Ren did. We should have been seeing, Rise of Skywalker should have been like, how bad is it that this petulant child who throws fits when things don't go his way, he's in charge of everything. How the hell is the Resistance going to deal with that? How the hell does the rest of the First Order deal with that? And they kind of sowed that seed with General Hux, going for his gun. And then as soon as he starts to wake up, he puts the gun away. Because he's like, okay, later. I love that, dude. There's so much about Last Jedi, the setup. And the thing is, in my opinion, if Rise of Skywalker had really kicked ass, it would have made The Last Jedi on par with Empire Strikes Back. Alas, it sticks out now. Watching that trilogy, The Last Jedi sticks out as pretty good, but it goes nowhere. Because it doesn't go anywhere. Because the Rise of Skywalker threw it all away. So that's where it is. Kylo Ren does what they don't. The fan theories leading into Last Jedi were so much better than the actual movie. Well, again, that's the problem. And it's one of the things that I myself have been guilty of ever since I saw episode 1 the first time. Because I've explained that my thought of the prequels were completely different than what we got. And one of the things that I had to figure out is that I can't judge the movie based on what it can never be. I wasn't given the opportunity to write my idea into practice and to actually have it be made. So why am I judging this movie on something it can never possibly be? So The Last Jedi does what it takes from The Force Awakens, and it builds on it. And it builds on it in a way that's kind of unexpected. And to a lot of people, it irritates them, right? It irritates them that they were so excited about Snoke. I'm like, what about Snoke was so interesting? He was just a generic bad guy who we didn't know who he was, who he could have been. Of course, some people were saying, oh, he's Darth Bane, or he's what's his name, the Emperor's, what was his name, Plagueis. They thought, oh no, Snoke is actually Plagueis. Doesn't make sense for Plagueis to be there all the way through the events of the original trilogy. It just doesn't make sense. So anyway, it turns out that wasn't the case. Look, all I'm saying is, and Lou, I'm not picking on you or saying that it's wrong for you to feel that way. I'm just saying that it's dangerous. It helps you, or it prevents you sometimes from enjoying a film if you're trying to constantly compare it to what it can never be. Judge it on its own merits. That's why Rogue One is a C and not an F. Is because on its own merits, it's okay. It's just not the best. It's better than The Force Awakens, in my opinion. but it's not as good as The Last Jedi. It's not as good as episode 1 and episode 3 to me. But there you go. But let's move on, shall we? Shall we? And see, Chris couldn't agree more. He says the hype leading up to the release of Last Jedi was so fun. I don't know. If you watch the movie, you have to watch, and this is why I don't remember, was it Jody? Oh yeah, Jody. I think it was Jody earlier that said that The Rise of Skywalker made The Last Jedi worse. I've only seen The Rise of Skywalker twice. And the second time was to judge it on its own merits. Where would I put the Ewoks movies? Probably down, like below the Clone Wars, down in D. I don't want to watch those again. I don't have any desire to watch those again. They're not the worst thing ever, which we haven't gotten there yet. But yeah. So okay, now we've come to Rebels. Okay? We come to Rebels, and Rebels, I think Rebels is up here. Yeah, I think it's there. Rebels is really good. I think Rebels started off slow for me, but ended up being really, really good. There are things about Rebels that I don't quite love. The World Between Worlds is a cool idea, but it's also kind of a get out of jail free card, which I kind of wish wasn't there. But I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. Now, there are certain episodes that I think are A tier or S tier even. But overall, it's a B. It's a B for me. Now we come to Solo. This might be a thing. I think Solo's a B. And I would rather watch Solo than any of those other ones. I love Solo. Now, here's the funny thing. April, the other night when we finished Mandalorian Grogu, I said, so where would you put Solo then in your ranking? She said, dead last. And I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, I hate him. I hated that movie. And I'm like, wow, okay. I really enjoyed Solo, okay? Solo is the movie where I literally walked in with no expectations because I hadn't thought about it. After The Last Jedi, I was so tired of the discourse and all the hate. I don't know. It didn't work for me. So, yeah, it's a B, but it's really fun. I like that movie a lot. Solo is A tier too, and he says Rebels is A tier. Yeah, see, I don't think so. I think they're down in B. Like, I like Rebels a lot, but Rebels doesn't have the same, like, for me, Rebels doesn't have the same pull for me that Clone Wars does. Like, there's a bit of me that I kind of want to get back to watching Clone Wars again. Like, I kind of want to go through it again. But anyway, that's just me. And then Resistance. Now, where are you going to put Resistance? This one's tough. Because there are things I like about Resistance. But it's really not that good. I'm putting it there. It's just okay. It's just okay. And next up, well, Rise of Skywalker. There is nothing in Star Wars that actually made me angry. Except for in Rise of Skywalker. So it gets the lovely. And now here's the funny thing. And this is what I want to, this is very important. I watched Star Wars Resistance. Star Wars Rise of Skywalker again when I got it in 4K. From the 4K set that I have somewhere. I got it, watched it, and was like, God, this movie is terrible. This movie's so bad. And then I watched the making of. And man, I wish I watched the movie that they were making. Because those people, the thing that I want to point out, and not just because I know a couple of the people that worked on it, okay? Because Yoshi and oh my God, I forgot his name. The other guy that worked on Adventures in Game Chasing. I just went blank on his name. David. Both of them worked on Rise of Skywalker. The problem wasn't in the way that that movie looked, because that movie looked insanely good. Like amazing. But it made no sense. And it actively made me angry with the flip-flopping and the absolute waste of some characters. There were some really cool moments, but Palpatine never should have came back. Never should have came back. Enough said. So basically, if you're keeping score here, that means we've got, and this is pre-Mandalorian, Empire, Star Wars, New Hope, Return of the Jedi, Episode 3, Solo, Episode 1, The Last Jedi, Rogue One, The Force Awakens, Episode 2, Rise of Skywalker. And yeah, totally wasted Finn, Poe, and Kylo. I mean, Kylo had some cool stuff, but again, the way that turned out, Now, this one I'm going to have to just, I'm only basing this on watching the first season. I never watched the second season. So do I put it in haven't seen, or do I actually rank the first season? I'll rank the first season. And it was probably here. It's fine. To me, it's fun to watch once. But there's not enough there because it's not canon and because it's just they're allowed to do whatever they want. Yeah. That's how I look at it. Now, let's take a break for a second. And I want to catch up on some of on what Jody B said. Okay. I like those parts when those ships got destroyed by Lightspeed. Ninjinzu. It doesn't matter if you like the movie or not. It reminded me of Mission Impossible. The first Mission Impossible where he's dropping through, right? And he can't make a sound. Everybody was like dead quiet. That was amazing. And that's the one thing that, I think even if you cannot stand the sequels and you wish they weren't canon anymore, you cannot argue that 7, 8, and 9 weren't gorgeous. There were a couple of scenes, like I said, in episode 8 specifically, that looked like they were unfinished. But anyway. Oh, and by the way, I never had a problem with Laura Dern's character. I can't remember her name. It starts with a V, doesn't it? I can't remember her name. But I never had a problem with her because I was reading all of the canon stories up to that point, and I'd already met her character in the Leia Princess of Alderaan story. So I already knew she was a good person and that she was a good character. So I was like, okay, well, there must be a reason that she's doing all this. And Poe's just really being kind of an ass right now. So I was on her side from minute one, which most people are probably not because Holdo, that was her name. Most people weren't because they didn't know who she was. I already knew who she was, and I thought Poe was just being a dick and not following the rules. And I didn't like that. It kind of made me mad. Anyway, we're past the episode 8 stuff. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's probably going to be some. Can you imagine if Luke ended up drawing a saber to kill Kylo Ren and gave in to anger? How much hate would it could have gotten? Well, that's the funny thing is that it's the age-old question, right? If you can see into the future, is it wrong to kill the child that's going to grow up into Hitler? I mean, is it? It's a really interesting question. If you could have prevented the deaths of all those, I mean, it's an amazing, I don't know the answer to that. I have an answer. I just don't know if it's right. But all I'm trying to say is it's an interesting question to ponder. But anyway, Star Wars tastes good. Poke chops taste good. Darth Travolta, exactly. See, I knew exactly what you were talking about. Bonobo Juice knew exactly. Snoke had mystery, but they screwed it all up with somehow Palpatine returned. I mean, that too. But like, the fact that people were just trying to pull from all of these sources to just make up their own story, and it's like, stop. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. When I stepped out of The Last Jedi the first time I saw it, I was like, I don't know what I think about it. There are things that I really liked. I mean, I love the Luke stuff immediately. Again, I'm that weird guy that when he throws his lightsaber over his shoulder at the beginning of the movie, which is where most people, that was like the last straw. They were already pissed about the line, the Poe line, the Yo Mama line. They were already pissed about that. Maybe they were pissed about the bombs being dropped. Why is there gravity in space? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you weren't paying attention in Empire Strikes Back. Fine. But then when Luke throws the lightsaber over his shoulder, they lost their minds and they were like, they completely checked out of the movie and they didn't allow the rest of the movie to work on them. The spell was broken for these people. For me, I was the one that leaned forward going, oh, okay, we're actually going to get an interesting story about what the hell happened to Luke. And not just, I was sleeping. Or I was poking around on something else. Like, that's the reason why Rian Johnson told J.J. Abrams, or requested that J.J. Abrams take out the scene where Rey walks up to Luke at the end of The Force Awakens, that he was going to be surrounded by rocks like Rey was at the beginning of Rise of Skywalker. That's what he wanted for Luke at the end. He wanted Luke to be showing off. Like, why are you throwing rocks? Why? Anyway, that's why he decided to do that. Because he said the only thing that makes sense is that he was cut off from the Force. Because why else would he have stood by while all of these people died? He just took himself off the board. But there you go. Let's see. Snoke, something. It could have led to something awesome in how powerful Kylo truly was. It could have. I would love to see a Kylo staying evil in the sequels and end up being. Oh, I only said I once saw Skywalker once and never again. Yes. No, I got you. Rebels is A tier. I love how it builds the Force lore. I like it. Don't love it. And I think it's because it feels, and the characters are cool. I agree with you. I like all the characters, but I didn't feel the same level of, and maybe it's because I started out not really liking Ahsoka, and then by the end of Clone Wars, really liking Ahsoka, and then not realizing how much I liked Ahsoka until she showed up in Rebels. And then when she comes down, that again is the perfect way to have done the end of Rogue One. When she comes down that ladder, you have no idea that it's Ahsoka. I lost my freaking mind when I saw that it was Ahsoka. I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, oh wow, I guess I love Ahsoka. I never realized. So anyway, Rebels is great, but I don't know. It's no Clone Wars to me. Solo is A tier too. Vinny, you didn't like Solo? I didn't know it's possible for opinions to be wrong, but here we are. Well, I'm sorry, Vinny. So fun and a great popcorn Star Wars flick, yeah. Solo isn't meant to be anything but, hey, we're gonna have fun with the origin of this character. And I was fine with it. It doesn't break any lore. And I mean, I can understand. I think part of the reason is that probably a different reason than a lot of people, where a lot of people see the robot as like this woke thing, you know? And I think April was just annoyed by it. And I think that's why she didn't like it. Maybe that's why. Maybe she doesn't like the idea of insinuating that Lando would have sex with a robot. Who knows? Guilty pleasure fun time. I think so too. God, that movie was bad. Oh, look, Palpatine made a secret Sith army. Yeah. It's such a shame. It's such a shame. Now, I'm not saying that Colin Trevorrow's would have been any different, because I read the script on that and there were ideas that were interesting, but it could have gone seriously wrong. We just will never know. Unless we can find a way to go to the alternate universe where Colin Trevorrow didn't make that one movie that pissed everybody off, and that he was allowed to make the Rise of Skywalker, or whatever it would have been called. It would have been interesting. And Seventh said, Solo's an A for me. Only Disney Star Wars film where I walked out of the theater with a spring in my step. That Kessel Run, man. I'm telling you, as soon as Chewie sits down and the freaking and then the asteroid theme is playing, seriously, tears. Not like running tears, but tears in my eyes, like, holy crap, I can't believe this is working on me. It really worked. We need a villain. Hear me out. What if we brought back the Emperor again? I know. And Ito Ramos said, I liked Rise of Skywalker. The last scene sealed it for me. Love how she said, I'm a Skywalker. Yeah, see, that's where I was already kind of checked out by then. The thing is, Rey started out, and this is one of those things where it had to be explained to me. Like in episode 7, right? The Force Awakens. I never came away with the fact that, oh, Rey doesn't ever fail. She's perfect. And I'm like, well, number one, I didn't think about it. Number two, I instantly liked her. And I had no problem with Rey. Maybe it's because maybe the score blinded me to something, but I love her theme. Her theme is so great. So maybe that's why. But yeah, in a vacuum, I can see why that works, but I'm still angry about a lot of things. She should have been. Now, if you change the fact that she's a Palpatine, okay, that she was a nobody. That was what should have happened. But again, even judging in a vacuum, I think it's the worst one. I don't know. Dude, that is good, man. That is really good. Wow. Kylo should have stayed evil and been the main baddie. Palpatine was dumb. First Order having to answer to a psycho would have been so awesome. Yes. And I like the fact that I like the idea of him saying something like at the end of, I mean, we saw it a little bit at the end at The Last Jedi when he's ordering people around and they're kind of like, what? You want to do what? You know? And then like when he throws Hux and he's like, okay, right away. You know what I mean? It's just, it played for laughs right there. But you really could have played that up and made people, it would have been interesting to see. There's so many ways that it could have gone that could have made it awesome. But anyway. See, I don't know why it's doing that. Because I see a Chinese character and then hold. Why did it change it to whatever hold? I don't know. Not all trilogies can be perfect like Lord of the Rings, fellas. Showzama, are you still here? Because I feel like I need to go ahead and show off some of the stuff that, or just the only thing that I got this week. I mean, we are 3 hours in. By the way, again, we're going 5 hours for Bucho tonight. So, and if you want to know why, go to the beginning of the stream. It explains everything. I got this. It's the only thing I got this week, but it's a big one. It's a big one. You ready for this? The Rambo collection in 4K We talked about this before. This is a, I believe Lionsgate put this set together. Studio Canal and Lionsgate partnered for this. So it's the first 3 movies in 4K. Then you get the theatrical and extended editions of the 4th movie and the 5th movie. Now look at this is actually pretty cool. So on the back it says "Live or Die," right? But then Sylvester Stallone, John Rambo, complete collection, and on the back it says "Live for nothing or die for something." That's badass. Come on. That's really cool. Now, the way that this opens up is there's a flap here. Come on. Oh, a flap that opens up. And it says, "Could have killed them all. I could have killed you. In town, you're the law. Out here, it's me." Then there's a little ribbon and this pulls out. Now, is this necessary? Probably not. But it's pretty dang cool. Like when I saw it said Stallone Rambo collection, I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then you open it up and it says Sylvester Stallone, John Rambo, complete collection. I'm like, that's really cool. And then the back is even cooler. It's really cool. And then this is what you get on the, oh, hold on. Because there is a digital code that I haven't redeemed yet. Oh, I guess I should open it up first. So open it up. It's 6 discs. So I'm guessing it's seamless branching between for 4 and 5 for Last Blood and for Rambo, which I don't think I've ever seen the extended cut of this one. But to have, I don't have any, I have the first 4 movies on Blu-ray. And I have the extended edition of Rambo, but I didn't own this one. I honestly didn't think this one was that great. But I just think it's cool to have them all in 4K in this really nice set from Amazon, and a disc with nothing but special features. And then on the back here, they drew First Blood, not me. And then from First Blood Part 2, to survive a war, you got to become war. It's pretty cool, man. It's a pretty cool set, I got to say. Very, very cool. But what they did with this set is, and this is like Vinny was saying, they fixed all of the issues with the previous releases. So this is technically the definitive version of all the Rambo movies. Again, I'm putting it in there with a ribbon. It goes in there, that box closes, and then that closes like that. Very cool set. This is what the little thing on the back, that's usually stuck on there with. There you go. It says bonus disc packed with special features from all 5 Rambo films, plus never before seen features, includes deleted scenes, exclusive featurettes, theatrical trailers, audio commentaries, and more. It has the runtime for all of the editions, the movies and editions. It looks like the extended cut of Rambo is 8 minutes longer. The extended cut of Rambo Last Blood is 12 minutes longer. And on the inside, it just has like the cast and crew for all the movies. So I'm going to have to figure out, I think I'm going to have to cut this down so it'll fit inside. But yeah, really, really cool. Freaking, well, it's not a J card because it's just a card. There's no, a J card is one that's shaped like a J, right? But Shozama, there you go. That's my only pickup for the week. Now, there's stuff that I saw this week and stuff I want to talk about, but we're not there yet because we still got to finish talking about. We got to, honestly, we got through the sequel trilogy. Now it's basically all of the rest of what Disney's done, and this should be pretty quick. Yeah, not everything can be as perfect as the Fast franchise. Interesting. Honestly, Lord of the Rings, I still say that the Star Wars original trilogy is better than the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but I mean, they're neck and neck. For me personally. And it's possibly because I don't I still think that the movies kind of do this for me. Two Towers is not as good as Fellowship, and to me, Return of the King isn't as good as Two Towers. That's just me. But there you go. Did Rambo include Hot Shots Part 2? No, it does not. You can watch Rise from a writing perspective and tell which parts Abrams had in mind from the first, and what was him filling in holes he felt were left by Last Jedi, Snoke being the most obvious. Maybe, but and that's one of the things, and I rip on this guy all the time, and maybe it's not his fault either, and maybe they were like, yeah, you need to be more whatever. But in the documentary for The Rise of Skywalker, John Terrio, who won the writer of Academy Award winning writer of Argo and Batman v Superman, I think. Anyway, he was basically talking and kind of almost like waxing poetic that it's like it was almost like I couldn't believe my brilliance when we came up with this stuff for Rise of Skywalker. And it's like, I don't know, man. I got completely turned off by that guy. Like his smugness, he pissed me off. And it's like, I can't believe anything this dude says because I think he's a douchebag. I'm sorry, but I don't like, Chris Terrio. Did I say John Terrio? Chris Terrio. Anyway, but that's just my opinion. Anyway. Luke wasn't as big an issue with The Last Jedi as Canto Bight only being there to make people care about Rose and killing off Snoke. That death is why Abrams brought Palpatine back. But see, that's the thing, though. You had a villain in Kylo Ren. You already had a leader of the First Order. What else do you need? What would have really been, like I said, I think what would have been interesting in Rise of Skywalker is the First Order still being, really like beaten down by Kylo Ren. But the rest of the First Order going, why are we taking his orders? This guy sucks. And he's he kills everybody, Like he like you could see him just like Vader was like snapping admirals' necks and crap, Kylo Ren should have been worse as the leader, as the guy. But I don't know. And then on top of that, like I said, I hated that they didn't follow through with the fact that Luke was the spark that lit the fire that was going to bring the First Order down. And where's Broom Kid? At the end of Last Jedi. That was so beautiful. The idea that you didn't have to be in a freaking family line to have power and to have ability. I loved what he said at the end of Last Jedi. Again, there were things that I loved about Last Jedi, but man, Rise of Skywalker just, ugh. And the fact that all of a sudden out of nowhere, and we're talking about Rise of Skywalker now, that all of a sudden out of nowhere, Lando got everybody together. When you're telling me that the story of Luke facing down the First Order wasn't enough to get you off your ass, I just don't buy it. It's ridiculous. So why did Rey have force power? She was Palpatine's granddaughter and Rey's parents were murdered. I can't remember. Well, one of the things, and this is one of the things, this is deep lore, okay? The Force as an entity has its own desire and its own will. And basically, as Kylo Ren, Snoke explains it in episode 8, that I told you that as you rose in the dark side, that your counterpart in the light side would rise. That Rey was always going to be force sensitive. And again, this is before Palpatine was even the thing. In episode 7, she already had force abilities, but because Kylo Ren had grown in the dark side of the Force, Rey had grown in the light side of the Force to counterbalance that. And that's what Snoke was explaining to Kylo Ren in episode 8. Like, we have to find this girl, and that's why. And I love that. But a lot of people don't like that. Like the Force is like an actual character, and that you can explain away Rey's power just because Kylo Ren was powerful. I mean, I understand that you don't like it, but that's what they came up with, and that's one of those things where it's like, I've kind of explained this before, but when things happen in a movie, I'm like, okay, because that's what happened. But, you know, I don't miss the, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it's like when a character does something that I don't like, it's not because, oh man, now I hate this movie. It's like, man, that character did something I don't like. Let's see why, or let's see what happens to that character because of this decision that I don't like. Like, I hate the fact that, you know, Pee-wee's just staring at the dude driving the car while his bike is right behind him, when all he had to do was do this and go, oh, my bike, and then the movie's over. But no, because of that decision, I mean, this is just a stupid example, but you know what I mean? That's the kind of thing that, to me, the idea that the Force had a will, the will of the Force. And see, here's the thing. People like, even what's his name? Sam Witwer kind of goes off on Rian Johnson, saying stuff like he doesn't understand the Force. I think that episode 8 was closer to what Lucas wanted than anything else that's come out from Disney. Like anything else. That the will of the Force basically made Rey who she was and how powerful she was. That sounds like George Lucas to me. But that's just me. Now I know, I get it. People don't like it. And that's okay. That's fine. You disagree? All I'm saying is that's one of the things that I really loved. But anyway. You can watch Rise from a writing perspective and tell which parts Abrams had in mind from the first and what was him filling in. Oh no, I already read that. I just have a plastic tote that I put all those J cards and inserts in. Yeah, I like having them with it, but that's just because I'm a dork, I guess. I thought you meant Star Wars kid. I think oh, by the way, 8-bit tacos. Thank you for the $1.99. There was no ass eating. So you haven't missed it because it hadn't happened. I think Abrams was always intended a redemption arc, sacrifice moment to mirror Vader, trying to emulate Lucas's "It's Poetry, It Rhymes" BS. So he viewed Rise of Skywalker as a course correction, semi-retcon. I mean, I know, but a lot of that came from Chris Terrio, and on top of that, things kept changing. That, you know, I don't know if you saw it, and I can't point you to it, but Adam Driver did an interview where, I mean, and this could be one of those things where it's been so long now. It's been, what, 7 years? All of this could be wrong. But I thought I remembered hearing that things were changing so much that Adam Driver actually was recording ADR lines in his closet to change what he was saying in certain scenes in the movie. And part of the reason that they wanted to bring the helmet back, not only was I almost called him Jar Jar Abrams. Not only was J.J. Abrams kind of irritated that that's the first thing, like one of the first things that Rian Johnson did was destroy that helmet so you could actually see Adam Driver's face. But one of the reasons why they had the helmet is so that they could change what Kylo Ren was saying, and they could make changes very, very close to the end. And it would be easier to shoot. I don't know. Who knows? Talk about a classic fantasy trope I hate. The old, you're not a nobody, you're the long lost son of the last king. You're the long lost son of the last king. Lou, are you talking about Rey? Are you talking about, what are you talking about? See, the one thing that, I mean, I kind of thought that what they were leading to at the end of episode 7 was that she was going to be somehow related to Kenobi and Satine from the Clone Wars. I kind of thought that was going to happen. And I'm like, And if that was going to be the thing, I was going to be like, Kenobi, you old dog, you sitting here talking crap to Anakin about not, attachments and all this stuff while you're over there having babies. But apparently that's not what happened. But I'm not sure what you're saying. But anyway, I found that pretty interesting. Okay, let's move on with the stuff so we can get to the rest of the show. We only have an hour and a half left, guys. Make any headway on your movie pile? Yes, a few. But like I said, we still have the rest of this to put on the tier list, right? The rest of Disney's stuff. So next up is The Mandalorian. Okay. So here's the thing. This is the series, not the movie, because the movie's down below. The series. I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to say this too. I think that you could actually probably, as long as it stays in this order, I'm fine. So for example, you could actually move episode 3 and Solo and maybe Rebels up to A. And maybe Rogue One moves up to a B. Or maybe Visions moves down to the beginning of D. But it's more, to me, this is more of the order. Like, I would rather watch the Mandalorian series again than watch Visions again. Because the Visions technically doesn't matter. But it was fun. You know what I mean? All right, next up. Oof. Shit, where am I going to put Book of Boba Fett? You know what? I'm going to put Book of Boba Fett right there. I honestly think Book of Boba Fett. Heading out to bed. We'll check it out another time. Shozama, have a good one, man. I mean, it's just a few movies. You're not missing a whole lot, but yeah, Book of Boba Fett. I'm sorry, but Book of Boba Fett is one of the biggest disappointments outside of Rise of Skywalker. I really kind of hated it. And it's all because of the writing. And that the two best episodes of the series weren't even Boba Fett. It was The Mandalorian season 3.5. And the fact that I hate the fact that or 2.5, actually. Because technically, yeah, it's 2.5. And then at the beginning of Mandalorian. So Mandalorian season 2, he hands off the Grogu to Luke. And then if you didn't watch Boba Fett and started with Mandalorian season 3, he's just back with the Mandalorian. Well, that's because in those 2 episodes, well, kind of. I just hate it. I hate it. Now, see, but to me though, in a weird way, that stinks of studio involvement. No, you can't have the Mandalorian on his own. There should have been a whole season with the Mandalorian on his own, and the movie should have been Grogu returning. That's my opinion. But anyway, nobody asked me. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Book of Boba Fett is trash. Now here's one that's this is tough. I'm gonna put Obi-Wan right here. And here's the thing. I have Obi-Wan's lightsaber from the Obi-Wan series. But that's where it goes. And it's because the show is terrible. It's so terrible. It's not nearly as bad as Boba Fett, but there's a lot of... It's all over the place. And the more time has passed, the more I hate the fact that... or the way that they wrapped up the fight at the end of the Book of Obi-Wan, or the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now again, I'm about to spoil the shit out of it, so if you haven't seen it, turn away now. But the fight between Obi-Wan and Vader, while cool, it should have ended by something happening where maybe they both use the Force on each other and it hits them both and it injures them both. And then there's this huge freaking landslide. And while the landslide is happening, the Empire is coming to basically take Vader away. And Obi-Wan can't get to him. And Vader can't get to Obi-Wan. So they just part. Basically some way to split them where there's not a finality to the fight. Because I hate the fact that Obi-Wan makes him survive even after telling him, so my friend basically is dead. Why not kill this guy? I hate it. I hate it. They should have never put him in that situation. And this is after the first episode was great. And then it took a dive. And I will even say that I don't mind, I don't remember her name. What's her name? Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up because I can't remember. Moses Ingram. Moses Ingram is a great actor, okay? If you haven't seen The Queen's Gambit, you need to put that on your list. It's on Netflix. It's Anya Taylor-Joy. It's a great show. But Moses Ingram, her character actually has some interesting things in it. But it's the first one. It's the first series where somebody can be impaled by a lightsaber and just walk it off. That's just the way I look at it. And I hate the way that it looks. It looks like it was shot on the volume. It just looks cheap. It doesn't look dynamic. It just, I don't know. I just don't like it. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. See, look, that's what's so amazing to me. It's so amazing. That's one of the things I love about Star Wars. Is that right there? Obi-Wan was bad too. Total F tier. Ito Rama says, no way, Obi is A tier. I love the fact that so many people love Star Wars and we have totally different opinions. We should embrace that. But these are just my opinions. This is my thing. And I love that. And see, Crisis Charlie says, I don't think I've ever seen you here before, but welcome. And if I'm wrong and you have seen it or you have been here before, hey, welcome anyway. He says B tier on Obi, in my opinion. See? And then Starfall 20. Who are all these people? It sounds like Game Dave. Hello, do you think Keanu Reeves would play a great Darth Revan? Oh, you've asked that question before, actually. You've asked that exact question before, and I've answered it before. Any actor in any role could be great if the writing is good. And I don't think Darth Talon is in the running for being a character in Star Wars. Too sexy. Like way too sexy. I don't think that's a thing. That's just my opinion though. The next one is Tales of the Jedi. Now I've only seen this once, but I remember this being okay. I'm going to put it here, but I don't really remember it. That's the one with Dooku and Ahsoka, right? It was okay. I've heard that Abeloth might be coming to Ahsoka season 2, and Natalie Portman might be returning as Padme, and Abeloth will take Padme's form to deceive Anakin. I don't know what Abeloth is, but that doesn't sound like something I would like. That sounds like no. Okay, wait. Let me I want to go back. I want to catch up for a second. Okay. I think I remember Hayden and Sam Jackson saying they were filmed as Force Ghosts standing behind Rey in the duel scene instead of just disembodied voices. Possible, but that could also be one of those things where, dude, it's so hard to know the truth these days. Especially when it's something like that. Because I've had so many, you know how many people, like friends and family, have come up to me and say, oh, did you hear that they're retconning the sequels? No, they're not. Look, as much as we dislike them and as much as we would like them to start over, they're not doing that. They're just not going to do it. They're going to work around it. Now, they might do a thing where it's like, hey, in an alternate universe, this happened. But they're never going to do that. And all it is, it came from a single source that was not vetted and is just making up crap. There's too much of this where somebody will pick it up. One person, one group, like, I'm just making, I don't want to say names because I don't know who's who. But like one site will pick it up and then this other site will say, hey, this site, who usually gets stuff right because they usually, report the good stuff. This site says, well, this site said that they're going to do it. And I'm like, no, if you really track it down, it's this nobody over here on Twitter that's just making up crap. So who knows if that's right? Who knows if I'm right about the, there are things about the making of these movies that could be wrong. So Book of Scooter Squad. Yeah. I was referring to there not being many random heroes and stories usually come from a line of nobility. Yeah, but the whole point of the Force is that anyone can have the Force. Because if that was true, then there would have been no Jedi Order before Anakin came along. Why is Obi-Wan so strong? If he's not related to Anakin. And that's the thing. And I think that's the thing. It was almost like, hey, remember that the Force is in everybody. And remember that anyone can show an ability to use the Force. There's no Jedi Order to go around and basically seek kids out. So there's going to be Force sensitive kids out there. I love that. That's what the end of Last Jedi is showing you, is that, hey, these kids are still out there. This is still happening. And there's the Force is everywhere. And I love that. So maybe that's what, I don't know. Anyway, I love that thing. When the show had the badass gang all drive space scooters, I just couldn't anymore. Yeah. Book of Boba Fett is toilet water, and I hated the space Vespas. So stupid looking. Yeah. Rey, she couldn't be a powerful random Force user. But that's the whole point of, like I said, anybody can have the Force. That's the beauty of the Force, that anybody can have it. What made now, again, they never pinpointed this for sure, but the whole thing was that possibly, remember, there's Palpatine alludes to it in that space opera scene in episode 3, that his master was somehow able to create life. Kind of alluding to the fact that maybe, because, Shmi Skywalker, that Shmi was, there wasn't a father, that maybe Anakin was the offspring of the dark side of the Force and his mom. I mean, that's an interesting idea. They never said, yes, that's what happened. But that was what they were kind of alluding to. But that doesn't mean that the Force doesn't exist in the rest of the universe, rest of the galaxy. Because, again, otherwise, where would the rest of the Jedi Order come from? So, anyway. I do love the Vader fight in Kenobi. I mean, it is cool. But again, I hate the fact that Obi-Wan leaves him alive. It just doesn't make sense for him to leave him alive. But, I don't know. Feels like the only reason Obi was centered on Leia was they wanted that Vader fight, but couldn't think of any other way to avoid Vader discovering Luke. Leia felt off. Honestly, I didn't mind the fact that Leia was there. And in fact, in that final episode, when he's saying goodbye to her, I mean, tears. There were parts of it that were really well done, but it looked so cheap. And I hated the fact that Bail Organa is basically broadcasting the secret of Luke and Leia to the universe because, Obi-Wan hasn't talked to me in 5 minutes. I just hated that. I thought it was so dumb. He would have stayed quiet, but anyway. Yeah. The Cartoon Network 2D animated Clone Wars miniseries was the best thing since episode 5. There was some of that stuff I liked, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Dirge is the worst character ever created. I hate characters that can just never die. F you. Think of something else. I hated that character. It was such a dumb character. I'm sorry, I don't like that. Again, I'm sorry for asking the same question. My apologies. No problem, Starfall. I don't know. Abeloth is the mother of the Mortis gods from the Clone Wars series. Oh. Yeah, but why though? I don't think they're going to bring... Obi-Wan haven't seen it here. Oh, well, there you go. The only way they can retcon the sequels is making Luke wake up from a Force vision and that the events of the sequels were just a vision. I apologize. No, it's no problem that you ask the same question. It's no big deal. But I don't think they're going to do that. That is a way for people are grasping at straws because they hate the sequel so much. And I get it. But I don't think they're going to do that. It's the same reason why, freaking Zack Snyder is never coming back to direct another DC movie again. I mean, he could direct a random DC movie, but he's never going to be in control of the DC universe. And just because, even if the whole Paramount Warner thing goes through, they're going to keep James Gunn because James Gunn has a track record of, making movies that people want to see. I'm sorry, but Zack Snyder hasn't made a good movie probably since Justice League. Army of the Dead was bad. Rebel Moon was bad. I'm sorry. I'm just telling the truth. Okay, I'll say it a different way. Not many people watched Army of the Dead and not many people watched Rebel Moon. It was they canceled all the future Rebel Moon stuff. Netflix did. Because Rebel Moon was so poorly received. So, yeah. Zack Snyder's never going to be in control of DC Universe again. Just like they're never going to reboot the sequels. Now, seriously, at this point, the best case scenario. You're not going to like this. The best case scenario is for them to remake Star Wars. If you want the sequel trilogy gone, that is the best case scenario. I don't think that will happen for years and years and years. Sorry, but in my opinion, that's the truth. And in my opinion, what they should do is do really, really, really good animation. That's my theory. But I don't think that's going to happen either. And it's not going to happen. If it does happen, it's not going to happen for 20, 30 years. So I could be dead and gone by then. Who knows? In New Hope, her message says, "You fought with my father in the Clone Wars, not you saved my ass when I was a kid." You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. But wasn't the teen squad of scooter owners complaining about how they couldn't afford anything too, and then they're driving around on pipped out scooters that go 5 miles per hour? You're not wrong about that either, Vinny. Rebel Moon was so bad, and they dropped some serious money into that. They really did. All right, now that we're caught up, let's get back. This really shouldn't take long. Ahsoka to me was completely there was some good stuff, but there was some also I'm going to put it here. I don't think it's terrible like some people, but I don't think it's really good either. It's the bottom. This literally could be next to episode 2 and Obi-Wan, The Bad Batch. Ooh. The Bad Batch is up here. I'm going to put it right here. Because The Bad Batch, if you watch the whole thing, it's actually pretty damn good. I like The Bad Batch a lot. Where that went was really cool. Now, I kind of wish that they didn't end it the way they did. And I'm talking about the final ending. Because you know how they do those little, kind of almost like post-credit stuff. I like the way the story panned out and the way it played out. I'm not a fan of here's a few years later and here's what happened. Not crazy about that part.
Anyway. Tales of the Underworld? Or Tales of the Empire. Wait a minute. Okay, Tales of the Empire, I think I did watch. Or no, I don't think I ever saw that either. I don't remember that. Okay, I'm just going to put up the stuff that I haven't seen. Tales of the Empire, Tales of the Underworld, Young Jedi Adventures. I don't think I finished any of those. But then we have The Acolyte. Oh boy. Here, let me do this. There we go. Oh. Yeah, you can see them all now. Yeah, The Acolyte is under Rise of Skywalker. The Acolyte is really bad. Really bad. Like really, really bad. Now, there are moments of brilliance in that show. But there were moments of brilliance in Rise of Skywalker too. That looked really cool. But man, how terrible. Terrible. Okay, Skeleton Crew. Where does Skeleton Crew go? I'm going to put it up here. And again, let me explain this again. As long as the order is correct, I don't really care what tier it lands in. I loved Skeleton Crew though. I really had a good time with it. But I keep thinking of like, what would I want to watch again? I think I'd rather watch The Last Jedi again than watch Skeleton Crew again. But I don't really want to watch The Last Jedi either, so it's kind of like, I don't know. But then we have Andor. There they will stay. Yes. Andor is S tier in my opinion. Sorry. Oh yeah, Skeleton Crew's a B. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Maul Shadow Lord. Andor's above S tier. I loved Andor so much. I that one's one where I'm really hoping that they do release season 2 in 4K so I can watch them both back to back. I mean, I can do that now. I can just watch it on Disney Plus, but I don't know, man. It's really great. Okay, so Maul Shadow Lord. I think that's where Maul Shadow Lord goes. Now, I think Maul Shadow Lord was really good, but here's the thing, and this is going to be one of these things that may be kind of controversial, but I don't think we need to see more. And again, okay, sorry, spoilers. If you haven't seen Maul Shadow Lord, okay, I'm just not even going to say it. I'm just going to say there was some cool stuff, but there was some stuff that I wish didn't happen in it. So, there you go. Yeah. And then finally, Mandalorian and Grogu. Almost smack dab in the middle. It's not terrible. But meh. It seriously for me is like Mando season 1, Mando season 2. So basically Mando season 2 is kind of not as good, and then it got really good. And then season 3 and then Mandalorian and Grogu is just kind of like, it's just, it's fine. Going to bed? Oh. Oh, ooh. Ow. Ow. Well, it's almost, let's see. I think I took my, ooh. Back's still hurting, man. Back's still hurting. So anyway, there you go. There's my ranking. So as far as movies go, you've got Empire, Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, Episode 3, Solo, Episode 1, Last Jedi, Rogue One, Force Awakens, Mandalorian and Grogu, Episode 2, Rise of Skywalker. And here's the thing, man. Episode 2, again, dude, Obi-Wan and Jango, I love that stuff. But, I don't know. So there you go. There's my Star Wars ranking. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you don't agree with me, well, it sucks being wrong. I'm just kidding. It doesn't, I mean, look, this doesn't matter. You can hate me for liking The Last Jedi, or you can love me for loving Andor. Here's the thing. I have opinions, and so do you. So there you go. So take that. And there's my listing. There's my listing. I don't think that's that bad. That's how I look at it. Let's see. I want more Thrawn. Bad Batch A tier. Wow. See, here's the thing. I mean, I'll tell you this. Are you talking about Ahsoka? Because you want more Thrawn, and then Bad Batch is A tier. Yeah. See, I think again, as long as you look at the whatever, you know what I mean, the way that it flows, I think you're pretty close. We're pretty close. I really like Bad Batch though. I had a good time with it. And the thing with Thrawn is that it feels half bait. You see how that's written? B8KD. That doesn't even make sense. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. So, JMW, I'm gonna have to call you out on that. But anyway, it feels half baked with Thrawn. It feels like they want to do Thrawn from there, but then he was really easy to kind of defeat. And then I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. The second season of Ahsoka, we'll see. But I was not pleased with Ahsoka season 1. Ahsoka is the second time someone is stabbed with a lightsaber and lives. Exactly. Crazy how Obi-Wan just whoops Vader's ass, but then in the first one lets go of his mortal form. So does that mean Vader never beat him? I mean, technically, yeah. Technically, yes. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I just hate the fact that they put Obi-Wan in the position of letting Vader live. It doesn't make sense, especially when you believe that Anakin no longer exists. It doesn't make sense. It's like, I'm not going to kill Grievous. No, you take out the most dangerous. Anyway, never mind. Like I said, they shouldn't have put him in that position. Skeleton Crew, maybe it's a thing where same as maybe they fight to a draw, but there's noxious fumes that end up happening on the planet. Obi-Wan starts to pass out. Anakin, his helmet is all jacked up, so he's dying. He calls for help. He leaves Obi-Wan to die, and Obi-Wan survives by some dude coming to save him. So basically they fight to a draw, but they almost both died. You could have done it in a way that didn't make that choice have to happen. Because all the time they're fighting, I'm like, okay, this is pretty cool. But I'll tell you this. There's a part in the fight where Obi-Wan is buried under a bunch of rock. And Vader thinks he's dead. At that point, Vader should have left. And then Obi-Wan could have gotten out of it. And I would have been fine with that. I would have been like, okay. And you know what? I might have actually put Obi-Wan up a little more. Even though the fact that those bandits couldn't, capture Leia. Oh, what am I going to do with this kid running around in circles? Anyway. Skelly Crew B. Yes. Star Wars has made some terrible shows, but Amazon has spent over $1 billion on Rings of Power. But see, here's the thing. I think, from what I've heard seasons 2 and 3 are much better. I stopped watching after season 1 when they show Mordor and then put Mordor on screen. Like, hey, for those of you that don't recognize, this is Mordor. I was just like, okay, I'm done. There is a Darth Maul TV show. Yes. It came out just a few weeks ago. It's called Maul Shadow Lord. I say a few weeks ago. It's worth watching for sure. You should give it a shot. You should give it a shot. So Ito, you didn't like Mandalorian and Grogu. Next, Rob will rank Star Trek movies. Well, see, that's the problem. I still have to watch all those. I still haven't seen the Next Generation films. So, Bait Kid, exactly. Bait Kid. That's what it's pronounced. Bait Kid. Anyway, I do agree on the letting him live thing. Like, Anakin was gone and embraced his new persona. He had him right there. He could have prevented a lot, but he was so broken and walked away. I know. So where does future Star Wars go from here? That's the big question, isn't it? And that's why I was asking, because I feel like in reading people's responses to Mandalorian and Grogu, there's so many different ways that Star Wars could go and make a lot of people happy. Because a lot of people, even though I walked out of Mandalorian and Grogu going, okay, I was entertained while I was in there, but now that I'm out here, I kind of wish it was more. And I kind of wish it meant something. Like, seriously, if you watch that movie, and again, if you like it, I'm not trying to tell you that you're wrong. But Mandalorian and Grogu start out in a certain place. And I'm talking about their character, their place in the universe, their place within, all that. And then they end and they're in exactly the same spot. They haven't learned anything. We haven't learned anything about their characters. We saw all kinds of interesting things about Mando's backstory in season 1. We didn't learn a single thing about him. We didn't learn a single thing about Grogu. There's nothing that Grogu does in this movie that is anything different than how he was treated in the first 3 seasons of the show. Actually, the first 2 seasons of the show. It's literally, in my opinion, if you looked at, let's say there was a 10 episode season of Mandalorian. We watched Mandalorian and Grogu is kind of like watching episodes 4 through 8 or 3 through 8. The episodes where just a thing happens, but there's no real impact to anything around it. It's just a couple of episodes, a couple of arcs. That's it. So it's just, I feel like they need to get back to having people who actually have something to say. Whether that's we want to show how power corrupts, blah, 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 or we want to show, I don't know. But you got to have something as a backbone that means something. You got to have a character actually go through something and is changed by the experience that he goes through, which is the movie that we experience. So we have the ability to be changed by that as well. Andor, every season, he is completely different at the end of the season than he was at the beginning. And sometimes even in arcs, the 3-episode arcs are a change in his character. I don't understand how they could look at Mandalorian and Grogu and go, yeah, that's great storytelling. I'm sorry. It was what it was. So, I don't know. Vader did walk away after he made the rocks fall on Obi-Wan, so it could have ended like that and he would have gone into hiding in something. Yeah, exactly. That's how I look at it. So we did that. We did the man, it took a long time, but we did the thing. Let's see here. The web page was reloaded because it was using significant memory. I haven't seen that in a while. But that's what happens when you do a live stream for 4.5 hours. Well, we're still going. Or 4 hours. We still have a little bit to go. I want to show off this. Okay, well, see, that's broken. So we can turn that off now, I guess. What a shame. Now I wonder, I'm just going to test something. How? Discard changes. Recent events. Did that do anything? I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. Okay, well, never mind. It must be completely broken at this point. Okay. The Pillars of the Earth. Now, all I want to say about this is that I finished reading this. It took almost 2 months for me to read this because I was sick in there. I kept getting distracted by different live streams and or movies and or whatever. Just things to do. Disney was in there. There was all kinds of things. Okay. My brother got married. All kinds of things. But I finally finished this. And man, it was one of those stories where everybody dude, it was so much that every character had to go through, almost to the point where I was tempted about halfway excuse me. I've never done this before and I didn't do it here, but I was tempted about halfway through to look at the end, like look at the like the Wikipedia or something and see how some of the characters turned out, because some of the characters were so awesome and some of the characters were so loathsome that I was getting irritated that these people were going through this terrible stuff. And some of it was so unfair that it was irritating me. I didn't do that and I stuck to the end. I basically I read like 2 hours a night for like a week straight to get through the movie or get through the story. Super well written, right? It's beautifully written. I cannot believe that the idea that the building of a church, then it takes place over about technically about 40 years of story, that it can be this good and that this captivating. Because I honestly don't care how cathedrals were built in real life, but this was a great a story well told. Now, I want to show you this. This is the series Pillars of the Earth, and look at that cast. So that's Ian McShane, Donald Sutherland, what's his name? Matthew McFadden, Eddie Redmayne, What was her name? Haley Atwell and freaking Rufus Sewell. I'd never heard of this. That's an amazing cast. So I went ahead and got this. I think I got it for like $12 on eBay because it was used. So I'm gonna watch this when I get to it. You know, it's in my queue of movies to watch, but I have not watched it yet. So that's gonna be a thing. Here are the 3 movies that I watched this week. I never met a person who read the book and didn't like it. Interesting, Lou. But I mean, for a while there, it was kind of a beating. Like almost literally. It was like these people are being tortured and I hate it. Good morning, Robert and Robertsons. Hello, Leon. Hey, do me a favor, Leon. You might want to go to the beginning of the stream and watch like the first 5 minutes or so. Because there's some news in there that I think you would want to know. I don't want to go over it again. Already gone over it a couple times. But here are the first, and then come back and you can hang out. Here are the first movies that I watched. Ben-Hur in 4K. Holy crap, what a movie. This movie is so good. This movie is 3 hours and 40 minutes. Doesn't feel like it. This movie flies by. I really, really enjoyed this movie. Now, the special features on this are like another 2.5 hours, something like that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on this release, and this is cheap. I've seen it for like $15 from Walmart. So you should check that out. If you haven't checked it out and you've never seen Ben-Hur, man, give it a shot. Holy crap. Holy crap. The next movie on the list. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but The Wages of Fear. Now, the movie Sorcerer that I watched a few weeks, months ago, however long ago it was, Sorcerer is based on the same book that this is based on, called The Wages of Fear. There are things that I really love about Sorcerer that I wish this was good, or as good in here. This was made in 1953. It takes a while for this to get going, but man, this was a good one. I'm glad I watched this. Now again, not everybody's going to be interested in it, but maybe watch the trailer and see if it's something for you. This was really good. Again, the only reason that I watched it is because I was on a Friedkin kick, watched Sorcerer, and then picked this up because it was based on the same material. It's kind of like, so Sorcerer is not a remake of this. It's a different adaptation of The Wages of Fear. It's kind of like The Running Man, where The Running Man is a story written by Stephen King. Schwarzenegger was in a movie in the 80s that was basically, hey, we're just gonna take some of the ideas here and we're gonna just kind of make it an Arnold action movie. But then Edgar Wright last year decided to take that story and try to make his own adaptation of the same source material. So 2 different movies, 2 differently, different styled movies based on the same source that really don't have much to do with each other. So really, this version of the story is very different from Sorcerer. But there are things that I like about this more than Sorcerer, and there are things about Sorcerer that I like more than this. Anyway, it's interesting. It's worth it if you're interested. There you go. And the next movie following Christopher Nolan's first film in black and white. And this is really good. It's short. It's 70 minutes. But wow. The storytelling, I mean, I'll tell you this. Some of the camera work is done. I mean, all the camera work is done by him. Some of the camera work is not great. Some of the sound is not great. This is obviously a low to no budget film. But the storytelling, the way that the story plays out it's almost like a preamble to what Memento ended up being. and I'm talking about in the non-linear storytelling, okay, where they kind of jump around. They might show you a scene in the first 10 minutes that may be close to the end, but it's out of context and you're like, what the hell is going on here? Very interesting movie, and I watched it with the commentary. There was a almost 30-minute interview with Christopher Nolan talking about the techniques that he learned, that he put to use in his big budget Hollywood movies. Very, very cool. Okay. So if you haven't seen it and you're a fan of Christopher Nolan, you should put this on your list. Put this on your wish list so that on the next Barnes and Noble sale for 50% off, you can pick that up, because that's a good one. It's a good one to watch the thing. Oh, another cool thing that I don't think I've ever seen before. This is, like I said, it's a movie it's non-linear storytelling, right? It kind of jumps around a little bit. There's a special feature where it puts the whole movie in sequential order. Like, so all the stuff that was out of context or out of order is now like straight through. I didn't actually watch that because I felt like it would ruin the movie. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, now I kind of want to go back and watch and see what it's like to watch it like linear. So anyway, very cool. I really enjoyed that movie. And yeah. So a couple of things that I want to point out. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I actually have some news. I actually have some actual news that has to be reloaded. Okay. Is all this reloaded? Pretty much. Okay. Are you gonna F with me, Deadline? Here's some stuff that I wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of, because it's kind of neat. Number one, iTunes or Apple TV Plus, whatever you want to say. I kind of want to save here. I need to take a picture of this. Yeah, I'm going to save a screenshot of that just in case I need to reference it. It's basically my tier list of Star Wars, because I'm about to click off of that. What was I just talking about? Oh, iTunes. The movie deals, again, this is in every single video that I put up, and I basically talk about this all the time. This is from Blu-ray.com. This is the deals by day. Get out of here. Deals by day. And you can basically go in every day and see what's on sale, right? The sales from the last 2 days have been nuts. So for example, we were just talking about Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. You can get the digital copy of it, which the only thing that the new 4Ks include is the Fortnite deleted scene or added scene. That's the only thing that as far as I'm aware, it's the only thing that's on the discs. So if you want, you could just pick up the movie there for $9.99. Not a bad deal. And I'm not telling you, I get it. If you're a physical media person, I get it. I totally get it. Get the physical media if you want it. But some of these movies on sale are amazing. There's The Fall that was not available for like at all digitally for the longest time. $4.99. I think I'm going to pick that up. You've got Hoppers for $19.99, but then there's a sale on a bunch of classic movies and Criterion films. So, for example, Army of Shadows, $4.99. Until the End of the World, $4.99. Wild at Heart, not well, I guess it is Criterion, but it is $4.99. Here's the Fellini collection, the Essential Fellini, the 5 films that come with that, $40 for that. Possession, that's a recent Second Sight release that sold out. If you want to see the movie, it's $4.99. There's the Once Upon a Time in China collection, digitally, $24.97. Now here, keep in mind something, okay? If you get one of these Criterion releases, they're not going to have any special features. And of course, one of the things that I love about Criterion is some of the essays are really, really well done. Some of the essays are terrible, but some of the essays are really well done. So if that's something that you're into, this is a way that I think that you could probably just watch the movie if you want to see the movie. So there's that All That Heaven Allows that I watched just the other day. $4.99. $20 for the Blu-ray when it's on 50% off. But anyway, there's the Samurai trilogy for $15. There's Amelie for digital, 1080p digital. Amelie, $5. There's the Fablemans for $8. Dark Crystal for $5. Ninja Scroll for $5, which is probably one of the best anime of all time, right? Munich, one of my favorite Spielberg movies. Not easy to watch, kind of controversial these days, but I love it. It's $8. There's the M. Night Shyamalan collection over there on the right, $15 for all 3 movies. That's insane. And then let's see, The Passion for $5. I don't know if you want that. There's the sequel trilogy for $20. There's just Once Upon a Time in China for $5. But look, there's a lot of like great movies for like $5. There's the Planet of the Apes collection, $15. When We Were Kings, one of the best documentaries I've ever seen in my life, $5. Oklahoma, $5. Let's see. I'm just saying it goes on and on and on. And so then you get into like, there's Princess Bride for $5, Minority Report for $5, Terminator for $5, Breakfast Club for $5, Evil Dead for $5, Goodfellas for $5. Here's what I'm saying. There's a ton of movies on sale right now for $5, and they're some of the best movies ever. So if you're interested, you may not be, but if you are interested, there you go. I wanted to point this out because, like I said, it's news and it's kind of interesting. IMAX is exploring a sale, and we're talking about Apple, Netflix buying IMAX. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen or what, but that is a thing. Another thing that happened a couple of weeks ago, and for some reason I didn't talk about it. So Peter Jackson, did we talk about this? I don't feel like we did, but Peter Jackson basically in an interview said that he's now back in talks with the Tolkien estate to get the rights to make the Silmarillion into films. Now, here's the thing. There's going to be people motorcycle. There's a dude that just moved in with 2 motorcycles, and they go rah, 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 all the time. And he just got home apparently from work. Anyway, the Silmarillion really is a bunch of fragments of stories, but there's 3 pretty much full stories. And that is Beren and Luthien, that's the Children of Hurin, and the Fall of Gondolin. You probably don't, if you've never read the Silmarillion, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But those are the 3 where I feel like they could make those into films. It kind of, I gotta be honest, I really would love to see a lot of that display, like how they would do it. It would be kind of amazing to see. But I don't know if I trust Peter Jackson anymore. Now, here's the thing. He's trying to figure out what they want and trying to get the rights. That would mean that Warner Brothers would have the rights, but then Paramount would pick it up. So, who knows? Who knows what that could mean? And then, this came out today. I still haven't watched the actual trailer, but Robert Pattinson in this movie Primetime. This is the thing. Dude. In 2006, To Catch a Predator host Chris Hansen sets out to make television history. Robert Pattinson is playing Chris Hansen. I'm just intrigued by that. I don't think he's, I don't think he's played an actual person before. Has he? Like a real life person? All I can say is this is interesting and I want to know more. So there's that. So let me get caught up real quick in the I know there's not a whole lot of people. Some of you probably are like, God, man, Rob, would you stop talking? Did I say hi to Wraith earlier? I don't think I did. So Wraith, if you're still here, you may not be. You may have already left, but sorry. And hi. Well, Vinny, I know you're still here. Let's see, wait a minute. Seventh said, episode 10, Ray spends whole movie learning force teleportation, has to use it at the end to escape, winds up at Galaxy's Edge at Disney. I have a bad feeling about this. I mean, I just can't see them trying to do anything to try to get rid of episodes 7, 8, 9. The only way is to stream is in the background. Well, Wraith, hi. It's good to see you, sir. And I just can't, I for some reason, I remembered that I saw your name and then I don't remember if I said hi. So I apologize. Did you miss anything? I mean, I don't know if you did. You might have missed the beginning of the stream. And like I was telling Leon, if you didn't hear the news, I would go to the first 5 minutes or so of the stream and listen to that. Because I don't really want to go into it again. And I don't want to, I want to go through that again. Oh, you did. Okay. And then, let's see. Jody B said, I started playing that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and it's awesome. I'll check out anything around the same time period. I'm really big into, like swords and shields and things. Like I'm talking about the medievals. Oh, you did miss it. Oh yeah. Watch the first 5 minutes if you will, because it concerns a member of our community. Yeah, I haven't played that one yet. It doesn't look like it's the gameplay loop is for me, but yeah, man, I love the Knights of King Arthur and all that stuff. I for some reason I've always been fascinated by that time period, and that's part of the reason why I think Pillars of the Earth was so fascinating to watch. So, or to read, that I really liked it, but yeah. And then Leon said, was not expecting that. Bucho, we're all here for you. No words can make the pain go away, but we're all here if you need to talk. Love you, man. And that's I love to see that. Oh, I need to watch the beginning. I mean, you heard the news, Rufus, because you were here when I said it the second time or third time. But anyway, I mean, I want people to know, about Bucho. Ninja Scroll, I saw that on HBO when I was like 10, blew my mind, right? And 7 said, good luck, have fun, don't die is a lot of fun. Gore Verbinski, but it felt like he was chanting Gilliam. See, I do want to see it. I just haven't gotten around to seeing it yet. And it's partially because April was like, I think we should go see that. And then for some reason we didn't. I don't know. But yeah, that'd be incredibly hard. There's solid stories in Silmarillion that would make good movies. Yeah, now, like trying to tell the beginning of the universe, I don't see anyone being able to tackle that with any sort of like reality. Like I don't think that's possible. Telling Beren and Luthien, children of Hurin, and the fall of Gondolin, possible. You could even possibly do Fall of Gondolin as a trilogy. But I don't know. Are you saying a sparkly vampire isn't a real person, Rob? Well, I'm just saying that Robert Pattinson, to my knowledge, has never played a true to life person. But yes. Uh-oh, Vinny's working on a video. Shh, everybody, shh. I hope you're all subscribed to Vinny C, That Who I Be, because he puts some fun videos out. course, we post them in the Discord pretty much immediately after they drop. So, but yeah, I would love to see it, but I don't know how you would explain to the masses what the F going on if you dropped in the middle of the fall of Gondor. No, the Gondolin. It's, yeah, that would be different. But the thing is that each one kind of leads into the other. There are things that happen in those stories that kind of it's kind of all part of the same story. So you really could do a series of movies with those if you were good. If you're good. I didn't think Kingdom Come was for me either, but I got its 50% off. Oh, 50% off. Got frustrated a few times, then it clicked. Amazing game. I'm hooked. Yeah, 7th. The Lego Batman game is out. The 007 First Light is out. Both are getting like pretty great reviews. I want to play both of them, but I haven't had time. I've been doing other things. I've been having other things going on. And plus, my back is still hurting, which sucks. Like when I got up to kiss my wife goodnight because she's going to bed, it was like, oh, God. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. I still need to hear back from my doctor. My doctor's supposed to call. So I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. And then Wraith said, so sorry for Bucho. He never said anything about that, and he doesn't have to, but my heart goes out to him and his family. Yeah, he was staying quiet on purpose. He had told me about it. And of course, I tried to keep quiet. I tried to boost him in my own way, but yeah. And then Leon said, I don't think you'll like Kingdom Come. It is good, but even I gave up on it after 60 or 70 hours. Yeah, I saw the gameplay loop and I'm like, that looks really cool, but that's just not for me. And then Ninjinzu said 007 is so sick, feels like playing a movie. And you're right, Wraith. I mean, it's almost midnight. Yeah, fuck cancer. It just sucks, man. And what's weird is like, I mean, we're 25 minutes from Billy's 48th birthday. And we also have I mean, it's just I don't know. I don't want to go into everything, but it's just like, dude, man, it just sucks. It just really sucks. Ito Ramos says, since you like movies about knights, where would The Black Knight starring Martin fall in a ranking? S tier? Ito Ramos, I'm sorry, but no. In fact, I think I actually have seen parts of that because I think we rented it. I can't remember. It's been so long. But no, Martin Lawrence is a person that I've never really gelled with. Never really liked him. I don't know. He's just not my cup of tea. Just like Kevin Hart is not my cup of tea about 2/3 of the time. There's about 1/3 of the time where I think he's really funny. And then about 2/3 of the time, like when he's just talking, I like him. But when he's turning on I want to punch him in the head. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense. But anyway. I grabbed Lego Batman 2. That's a blast. I love the mix of comic, movies, game, TV. I know. And yeah, 7th was saying the new James Bond game release, picked it up in the new Lego Batman. I want to play both of them. I just haven't gotten a chance yet. Haven't gotten a chance. And plus, there's a part of me that's like, dude, I love the Switch 2 so much. I kind of want to play Lego Batman on that and wait for it to come out there. I don't know. Has anybody gotten the deluxe edition, and is it worth it? Oh, by the way, oops. This came out today. Spider Noir. on Amazon Prime. And I think it's they dropped the whole thing. And it's in black and white and color. So you can choose which way to watch it. I want to watch it in black and white first, and then maybe watch some of it in color. If I like it, I might not even like it. So that's a thing. And then there's this. Tickets went on sale for Disclosure Day today, and early reviews were released today. One person said it's Steven Spielberg's best movie in 20 years. Another person said that it's his best film since Catch Me If You Can, which was in 2001. I bought my tickets today. So I'm excited for Disclosure Day, man. But here's the thing. You know this about me. I'm a Spielberg nut. I love Spielberg. So I was planning on watching this anyway. From what I hear, you should not watch the final trailer, because the final trailer, according to one of the reviews, again, I skimmed. He said it was like, this is my favorite Spielberg movie since Catch Me If You Can. I'm like, okay, I've read enough. I don't want to know anything else. But then I saw, note, don't watch the final trailer, because the final trailer apparently has some scenes from Act 3 that he thinks would be better if you don't know about those. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not watching any more trailers for Disclosure Day. The problem is I'm going to see Backrooms tomorrow. And I'm kind of worried that I'm going to see the new trailer for Disclosure Day, and I'm going to have to go la 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 by myself. Or actually, I am going to be, April's not going because scary movies freak her out. She doesn't like them. But yeah, I'm super excited for Disclosure Day, man. Super excited. Super excited. And I actually think, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the last of all the things that I plan to talk about. I cannot believe that we stayed caught up in chat. We did a liquid poll. We did a Star Wars tier ranking for all of the canon Star Wars like media. Dude, we've covered so much. And it's all because we need to give Bucho some entertainment. So there you go. Let's see. Oh, Ricky asked, how's the flavor now? It's been a little while. Okay, half baked, right? So this is, again, banana, chocolate, cookie, whatever it is. It was freaking awesome earlier. Oh gosh, it really smells amazing. Still too much through the nose. It changes the flavor. It's so weird. A lot of times what you can do is it'll make you, okay, wait a minute. I get more banana that way. I'm tasting banana now. This liquid is freaking amazing. Again, so rich that I don't know if I can vape this all day. But holy crap. I'm so impressed, because it's banana bread, chocolate cake, and there was something else. What was the other thing? Cookie dough. And it's crazy. It's so dense with flavor. It's almost too much, but it's good. And again, this one could be one of those that goes up and down. Like, it could get really bad, or it could get even better. We'll see. The chocolate is actually really good. It's good, man. It's good. Dude, it makes me really excited for the rest. I have 7 other bottles from this company, 7 other different flavors, and some of them are just as crazy as this. I really kind of want to try this blueberry one now, but I don't have any empty tanks to try. Oh, I was about to freak out. So for some reason, okay, look at this. So for some reason, I didn't see the 3, and all I saw was 0.0% milligrams. And I was like, oh my gosh, these are no nicotine. And then I was like, oh, the 3 milligrams. I wonder if you can get percentages. That would be kind of cool. Because of course, when you're making your own liquid, you can put however much nicotine you want in there. You know, if you want to say, oh, I want a 2.2, you can do that. You just change your recipe and it modifies it so that you put the right amount of liquid in there. It's kind of cool. I'm kind of blown away by this liquid. It may turn out to be terrible. Like I said, it can go either way. But right now, I can taste all the different combinations or all the different things in it, and it's really good. I've not played the first one, Ricky. I've been away for a few weeks, so not played any games for a while. And then 7 said, if your doctor doesn't get with you by Friday, you need to just get to the clinic and get test run. I know. I'm also, there's a, and now this is my brother talking, okay? My brother said, you should go to this place called The Joint, and it's chiropractic stuff. I actually have been thinking about doing that because I honestly don't know if it's something that they're gonna try to treat it with medicine when it's really just a little, could probably fix it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Wraith said, I never played 007 Everything or Nothing, but I heard it's good. I don't think I ever played. The only one, there was, I can't remember, there was one on GameCube I tried, I think. But I didn't play very much of it. I played through GoldenEye, of course. But yeah. And Lou said, Silmarillion is so much larger scale that Lord of the Rings studio would have to drop Avengers money to do it right. You're absolutely right. This is not something that you would want to cheap out on. And the problem is, I don't know if you've seen this, but Paramount, their stock has dropped to what they call junk stock, saying like, don't buy it because their overhead is so much that it's not worth buying their stock right now. And they said that if the Warner deal goes through, their debt is so huge that it's going to be below, like the level below junk stock. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Leon said, I loved Catch Me If You Can. I did too. I think that, I mean, even if it came out that the dude, that it was supposedly based on a true story, and apparently the guy made it all up. Like there was no truth in that story at all. And it's like, still doesn't change the fact that the movie's really fun. And again, I'm doing, actually, it's funny that we're talking about it because I just finished a short of that today and it's going up on Saturday. And it's just me talking about the 4K of Catch Me If You Can and just how much I love that movie. How much I love, it's Spielberg having fun. I think DiCaprio, Hanks, and Walken put in great performances. And then John Williams. It's his most playful score I think I've ever heard from him. And he's just, you can tell he's having a blast. And I really love it. And then I really like the next year, Minority Report, which is over there in the, or wait, I think I already filmed the short. I just haven't put it up yet. That's another score that I think is really underrated for John Williams. It's kind of more, it's more of a, because look, not everything is Star Wars or Indiana Jones, right? It's not every movie that you do is going to be this big tentpole picture. but there's a lot of scores that he did that are really underrated. And I feel like my Catch Me If You Can and Minority Report are two of John Williams' underrated scores. It's just my opinion. Memoirs of a Geisha. Who remembers that he did that? JFK. Fantastic score. Fantastic score. So anyway, there you go. I don't remember what the last movie from him is that I loved from Spielberg. The Fabelmans was really good. I know a lot of people didn't like it. But I love that movie. I'm trying to think too. Let's see. Why don't we just pull it up, man? Why don't we pull up IMDb? Oh, and by the way, I don't know if this is here. I'm actually going to look this up here. Spielberg. Okay. Okay, let's get out of this. We don't need producer stuff. We want director only. Director. Okay. Now, hold on. Yeah. IMDb has updated their website that you can't read user reviews anymore unless you have a login. I find that interesting. Are we going back? Hello? Go back, please. Okay. So, all right. So The Fabelmans is his last official release. Of course, we have Disclosure Day in a couple of weeks. West Side Story, Ready Player One, The Post, which The Post is really good. I own The Post digitally. It's a really good movie. The BFG I never saw. And I still haven't seen West Side Story. But apparently those are really good. Bridge of Spies, really solid film. Lincoln, I want to watch that one again. But it's pretty good. Warhorse is kind of forgettable, but I still liked it. I still liked it a lot. Adventures of Tintin, I own it. I like it. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Oh, and then here's in 2005 you have Munich and War of the Worlds, and Munich is one of those movies that I get it. I understand that all of the trouble in the Middle East is really, really tough to talk about, but that movie is genius, and I love it. So I wish Munich would come out in 4K because it's Eric Bana. The cast is insane. Daniel Craig, dude, what a movie! Really good movie. War of the Worlds, which I understand when people say they don't like it. I like that movie. The Terminal. Oh, Catch Me If You Can, Minority Report came out the same year. I didn't realize that. I thought Catch Me If You Can was 2001 for some reason. I love both. In fact, I don't like The Terminal. I got to be honest. I'm not a big fan of The Terminal. I love Catch Me If You Can. I love Minority Report. I love AI. And then The Unfinished Journey. I don't know what that is. But then you got Saving Private Ryan. I mean, the dude has made some amazing movies, okay? Amazing movies. So, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and close this too. Not sure what you're talking about there, Leon, about some animal prawn. I don't know what you're talking about. He said Stockfox said Saving Private Ryan was the last one he loved. Wow. There's plenty of them in there that I really like. Like The Post is a really good movie. I don't know. But I get it. There's and Ready Player One I really liked. I wouldn't say I love that one, but I liked it. Disclosure Day is just his documentary explaining why he did that. Well, again, the reviews have been amazing. So I'm really looking for, I mean, again, I'm a Spielberg. Like to me, it's like Ridley Scott, Spielberg. as far as my favorite directors. And again, the only reason that I put Ridley Scott above Spielberg is because Ridley Scott does commentaries. And he's such a no nonsense, this is the way it is kind of thing. I think he's hilarious. Have you seen that clip of I can't remember the podcast, but there's three guys and they're interviewing Ridley Scott, and they said, "Did you hear that that Christopher Nolan says that you're the director that inspired him the most?" And they said, "Here, play this clip." And Christopher Nolan basically says, "Yeah, Ridley Scott inspired me, blah 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 blah." And then they come back to him and they said, "So what do you think of that?" And Ridley said, "It brings a tear to my eye." And they go, "Really?" And he goes, "No." And for some reason, his delivery is so funny, and I love that he's just a no nonsense guy. And the more that you watch like his commentaries and the documentaries that he's, of course, the amazing documentaries that he's a part of, Kingdom of Heaven is one of them. The Blade Runner documentary. If you watch some of those, you kind of get to know Ridley a little bit, and I just love him so much. He's just one of my favorite guys. So even though he's made some movies that a lot of people would say suck, like Napoleon, a lot of people didn't like it. I thought it was not great. I didn't hate it, but it was not great. It's not his best effort. I loved The Last Duel. I thought that movie was genius, and a lot of people just didn't watch it. I thought it was really good. But anyway. And he's coming out with the Dog Stars here in a couple of months. So we'll see what happens. And Ninjinzu said, "Good night, all. Big love to our fellow Kiwi." Ninjinzu, thank you, sir. Have a good one, sir. We're about to wrap this up because I've been talking for almost 5 straight hours, and here's the thing. I can't talk that much. I can't believe I haven't drank all this water yet. Rufus said, "I just made the Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Zelda's Adventure DX, and the Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls on green cartridges." Awesome, man. Seventh said, "Screw chiropractors. Get tested first. MRI. Don't roll dice, bro. Not after this past year." Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I forgot he did Ready Player One. I remember they were filming next to us when we did Justice League, and I cut through one of their stages by accident, and the sets were awesome. Security at Warner should be really should be better. I should not have been allowed in there. That was Leon, by the way. And then Ricky asked, "Did they even say anything?" And Leon said, "Nope. Once you're in the studios, they don't really do much. That's how I managed to get on the Force Awakens sets back in 2014 and Prometheus in 2012. Wow, saying it out loud, I sneak onto a lot of movie sets that I don't work on, huh?" See, it's cool. It's cool hearing stories from Leon. "I can't believe," and Ricky said, "I can't believe you didn't get me a souvenir from Fast 6. And Leon said, "Everyone got a souvenir from Fast 6. The regret and disappointment of watching it. You're welcome." And then Ricky said, "I have no regrets. I love all the Fast movies, and you know this. Okay, so I don't love Fast 9 or Fast 10. LOL." And Leon put up a red card. And then Ricky said, "Or Hobbs and Shaw, but I love 1 through 8. LOL." Look, hey, that's the thing, man. We all have our opinions. I just put up my Star Wars tier list of all the stuff that's been out from 1977. And we're talking about, it's got to be animated. Okay, maybe not everything. Because the Ewoks movies aren't in there. The holiday special's not in there. But look, there's a lot of stuff that I ranked. And most people were like, "No, that needs to be an A." Or, "Nope, that needs to be down here." I just tried to tell the truth. Okay? I tried to tell the truth. And look, we're all caught up with 4 minutes to go. So what else you got, guys? What else you got? Other than Bucho, we love you, man. And we hope, look, I hope that this stream, you know, other than, you know, maybe you teared up a little bit when I was, but either way, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And of course, to all of you, I enjoy the fact that you guys were here with me. And Ricky said, "What do I got?" Love for Bucho. Yeah, Bucho's the man. So 4 more hours for Bucho. Leon, I can't, dude. I mean, it's midnight and I need some freaking, I want a snack or something, you know? Seventh said the least favorite Ridley film is Exodus, Gods and Monsters. What's it called? It's not Gods and Men. I own the 3D of that, don't I? Oh, it's called Gods and Kings. Gods and Kings. I own the 3D of that. I don't know why I don't have that in my 3D stash. But he said, wasted so much time rationalizing things, took the magic out of the story. Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to speak for Ridley, but I think that was part of why he wanted to do it. He wanted to do Exodus if it was a real thing. But for better or worse. Okay. I actually did a review on it. And I remember hearing so many bad things about it. And I'm like, I actually enjoyed a lot of it. It falls apart at the end. I think, if I remember correctly, I kind of want to watch my review again. But yeah, I don't, honestly, his worst, I didn't like Someone to Watch Over Me. And I didn't like Black Rain. Because the ending makes no sense. I actually enjoyed the look of the movie, but The Counselor. A lot of people hate The Counselor, but then there is a very, very vocal. That is probably the review, other than At Close Range, the one with Christopher Walken that I did a few years ago when Rachel was on, or I was on Rachel's podcast. I did a review of At Close Range, and for some reason that one gets tons of comments, or has gotten a ton of comments over the years. So is my review for The Counselor. People going, "You don't understand what you're talking about. This movie is genius." And I'm like, this movie's dumb. I can't stand The Counselor. But a lot of people seem to love that movie. And I'm like, I kind of feel like I need to watch it again. But Someone to Watch Over Me was so forgettable and almost kind of boring. Beautifully shot, though. And that's the thing about Ridley that I've come to realize over watching a lot of his movies over his career. It's weird that it's almost like he doesn't look for a good story. It's almost like he looks for a specific scene that is a challenge. And he looks at that and he goes, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I want to do that. You know? And it's like, for example, Hannibal. He's never done a sequel before. Or he had never done it up to that point. He had never done a sequel before. And he certainly wouldn't have done a sequel to someone else's work. But for some reason, he wanted to do Hannibal. And I think it's because of the scene at the end. With, you know, if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. And it's almost like he said, I don't want anybody else to do that. I want to do that. How are we going to do that? And so he had to do the movie to figure it out. And then also there's, what's his name? Mason Verger. If you've seen the movie or read the story, you kind of know Mason Verger is a victim of Hannibal's that survived. And Hannibal ate and it's crazy looking. The makeup is ridiculous. It's so cool. Maybe that was part of it, but I think it was the scene at the end with what's his face? can't remember his name. Ray Liotta. Yeah. Anyway, I can definitely look. I'm just saying that I can understand, especially if you have any Christian faith. I can see why Exodus, Gods and Kings would piss you off. I totally get it. I totally get it. But I also, there were things about it that I really appreciated. And I didn't think it was nearly as bad as people made it out to be. Just like I don't think The Last Duel deserved all the hate that it got. I mean, look, I'm sorry, but the story is about and you're going to see that from 3 different points of view. It's like Rashomon in that way. You know, I really liked it. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm sitting here and I liked watching what happened, but I thought the movie was well done. If I were Elon Rich, I'd pay for all of us to go to New Zealand to comfort him, or pay for him to come to us. Yeah, for sure. Wait a minute. Where's Movie High Club's questions? Well, I think he knew that I was in the middle of ranking Star Wars, and he probably didn't want to disturb that. I would have said, I probably would have said, okay, blah, blah, blah. I would have been real quick about it because I wanted to finish that. And I honestly took way too long to do that. I'm sorry I drug that out. If I'd stayed with the company I did Dark Shadows and Fast 6 with, the next movie was Exodus, Gods and Kings. But see, that's the thing. That movie is beautifully made. And it really, honestly, is the thing about all of Ridley's movies. They're all technically perfect. They are beautifully shot. The set design, the production design, the costume design is off the charts good. Like almost nobody better in the whole movie industry across the globe. There's almost nobody better. The problem is a lot of his stories are either half-baked or he's not as concerned with performance. He's weirdly like George Lucas in that way. Where as long as he's got the look of what he wants, he's pretty much fine with it. Gladiator 2 is a great example of there were moments where I feel like that either wasn't the best take or they just said, okay, that's fine, let's move on. Because the thing about Ridley is he shoots with multiple cameras for everything. So he only gets a couple of takes. And so if you're an actor, you only have a couple of chances to do your work. Now, there's a reason why Denzel Washington, it's one of Denzel's, even though the movie's it's not great, to be honest. Denzel's performance is pretty awesome. And it's because Denzel knows how to bring it. So Ridley trusts his actors to bring it. And you're only going to get a couple of takes because he's got all the coverage because he's got multiple cameras on you. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Exodus isn't for everybody for sure. American Gangster was great. Yeah, that's one that I have yet to review because it's a higher ranked. What I did was I saved the higher ranking movies for last. And American Gangster is one of those that I just haven't gotten to yet. I mean, I've seen that one a few times. And I have. Oh, that must be over there in that stack. Because I have the 4K of it. But it's not up there. So I must not have gotten to it down there yet. Maybe I need to do that soon. And Seven said, well, least favorite of his sword and sandal epics then. I thought even his Robin Hood was better than Exodus. I thought his Robin Hood was, well, of course, I didn't watch the theatrical edition. I watched the extended, I guess it's an extended cut. Robin Hood's up there, isn't it? Because I've done it. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. That's Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I think my Robin Hood's up there. Anyway, I did a review of that one, and I liked it a lot better than... Now, is it great? Not really. It's kind of middling, but I liked a lot of the ideas in it. I thought Denzel brought his Training Day performance to Gladiator 2. Great performance, wrong movie. His American accent was jarring in it. I mean, I've only seen the movie once, and that's one of those where I'm like, I reviewed it for the movie, for the movies. Since I saw it in the theater, I don't need to own that one. Like if I really love a movie, it's after midnight now. That's one of the things that I've started to realize about my physical media collecting. I'm going to stop buying brand new movies that I like, unless it's one I really like. So for example, Project Hail Mary, I'm buying that. When it comes out, I'm buying that. Okay? It's going to happen. But for the most part, I'm not going to buy, like I haven't bought One Battle After Another. I haven't bought Sinners. I haven't bought Weapons. I haven't bought. Now, a lot of those are movies that, I really loved. Like I loved Sinners. I loved One Battle After Another. But the fact that there's almost no special features on them, it kind of bums me out. And a lot of the special features that are on there are the people that are going, oh, it was great to work with, blah, 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 blah. The best additions to buy seem to be the legacy type movies where, 20 years have passed and you get the real dirt on what happened on the movie. That's why the Blade Runner is like the what is it called? Dangerous Days, the making of Blade Runner, directed by Charles de Lauzirika. I think some of it or most of it is available on YouTube. Maybe all of it. I don't know. But that is one of my favorite making ofs of all time because of all of the crap that everybody went through on that movie. How Harrison Ford was arguing with multiple people. Sean Young was basically too young to feel like, I mean, in a weird way, I kind of feel like Sean Young was taken advantage of in that role in a lot of scenes in that movie. And if you've seen the movie, it's kind of uncomfortable. She didn't know enough to say no. And then when she started saying no in other movies, that's when she got blacklisted. I don't know the whole truth about Sean Young. Okay. But anyway, there are things about that movie that are fascinating. Things that, are really, really interesting about the making of it. And they pull no punches. If somebody got in their way and there was a fight on set, you're going to hear about it. And it's awesome. It's awesome to hear all that kind of stuff. I don't want to hear the fluff about, oh, it was great to work with these people and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So anyway. Wraith said, good news in my neighborhood. They took out the Subway since their sandwiches suck and they're replacing it with Jersey Mike's. Yeah, Jersey Mike's is awesome. Justin said, I had to go to a stupid meeting for the past 2 hours. Please restart the stream or repeat everything. Thanks. Nightbot, what do you think? I think Nightbot's tired too. So, no. Nothing but love, Justin, but no. Oh, you can just rewind a little bit. I thought the best performance in Gladiator 2 was Eddie from Stranger Things. Can't remember his name. Amaze. Yeah. Amaze. I love that movie. Yes. Yeah, he was pretty good in it. Rewatched Prince of Thieves last week. Not aged well at all, except for Freeman and Rickman, of course, and the extended cut makes it worse. More trash with the stupid witch. I'm with Ricky. But that's one of those where I realize that it's not great. I understand that it's not great, and I love it anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's the truth about Prince of Thieves. I understand. But there's so much nostalgia baked into that movie for me that I can't not love it. I had the soundtrack. I've told this story before, but really quick. I had the soundtrack for Prince of Thieves, the score. And I filmed basically I directed, directed, edited, and acted in a I can't remember. Is it Sir Gareth? The story of Sir Gareth from Lamort D'Arthur. And I was Sir Gareth, and I used the Robin Hood Prince of Thieves score in that thing. And unfortunately, I don't think anyone I know has it. I think we gave the tape to my my junior year my English lit or British lit or English. I don't know. We had to do that for the, you know, and it was a group project and it was awesome. And yeah. And so Prince of Thieves is tied to that for me. Even if that movie is stupid, and The Witch and all that kind of stuff. But I also read, before I saw the extended cut, I read the novelization of it, and all of those scenes were in it. So every time I watched the movie, I was like, but wait a minute, isn't there a scene missing with whatever? So now when I watch the extended cut, I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I remember. Because I knew the book better than I knew the movie. So anyway, I love it. I can't. Seven said the stunt Sean Young played or pulled trying to score Catwoman did her no favors either. That is true. And if you haven't read about that, that is an interesting story as well. Very interesting story. Justin said, thoughts on Last Action Hero? I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on it. And it's because I've only seen the movie a couple of times. I liked it. I remember not loving it, but I remember getting a lot of hate. And I remember going, this isn't nearly as bad as these people said it was. I don't really remember it. Didn't they release that in 4K? I can't remember. But anyway, I've only seen it like twice. And it's one of those that, in fact, I might own it digitally. It might have come in one of those. Dang, my stupid back. It might have come in one of those things. Oh, sorry. Just saw this. Oops. Saw this. Been streaming. That's what I was gonna look up and see if I had it. Yeah. I actually own it digitally. It must have come in one of those what do you call them? One of those bundles with like a bunch of stuff. Dude, and like I said, man, on iTunes right now, on Apple, there are so many great deals on movies right now. Unbelievable stuff, like $4.99 for like really, really good movies. So I would definitely check that out if you're so inclined. I know digital's not for everybody, but you know, you have that what is it? The Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair is $50 for the 4K. It's available on Apple right now for $10. So just saying. It's something to think about, okay? So just, you know, think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Why didn't that work? Okay, hold on. Last Action Hero. Oh yeah, it's 4K Dolby Vision. So I own it. I just haven't watched it in a long time. How can you not love Costner's accent going in and out? I mean, I haven't seen the first Action Hero, so I haven't tried watching the last Action Hero. Good one, Ricky. Sean Young used to run a tour company of movie film locations in Austin. Really? I didn't know that. Vinny C said, I've got the 4K of Last Action Hero. But is it Last Action Hero or Last Action Hero? I think it's Last Action Hero. Justin says, I have the VHS of Last Action Hero. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know what you're getting at, Vinny. But you know what? It's pissed me off a little bit. All I remember from Prince of Thieves is Christian Slater saying, "Fuck me, he cleared it." Oh yeah. Dude, okay, like I said, that's one of those movies, and we all have them. We all have a soft spot. There's a movie that we like, man, I love that movie. And then you watch it again and you go, it's not great, but I still love it. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves is definitely one of those for me. I love it. I don't care. Last Action Hero. Oi, that's proper English. Right, proper. You recognize Leo DeFat? Wait a minute. It's pronounced Leo DeFat. Leo DeFat? Leo DeFat. I don't know what you're talking about. Last Action Hero. Yes. One more shot on the... Dude, seriously. You guys chose the chocolate banana cake thing. And it is insanely good. Dude. It's so interesting to have a liquid where you inhale and you taste chocolate and cookie, and then when you exhale you get that plus banana. Dude, it's amazing. Last Action Hero reference, the mobster funeral. Oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a problem with Prince of Thieves. Watched it a lot as a kid, but it is a bit boring. Rickman is awesome in it. Needed the snake hiss from the animated movie in it, though. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Oh, his... Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, dude. Michael Wincott. It's got Michael Wincott in it. Talk about, okay, people talk about like Bujo has talked about John C. Reilly. There are certain character actors that you see him and you go, that guy's great. That guy's great. Michael Wincott is one of those. I love him in every role he's ever done. I watched you want to talk about a movie that's not great? 1492. Ridley Scott. 1492, not great, okay? Not a great movie. Michael Wincott's in it. Guess what? He's awesome. He's so good. Of course, top dollar, yes, but man, see, people say top dollar all the time, but me, I think of Strange Days, and it's Philo Gant. Dude, freaking Michael Wincott is awesome. As a film fan, I thought you'd like Last Action Hero more. Maybe if you owned it in VHS, you'd appreciate it more. I mean, possibly, probably not. I'm not a VHS guy, okay? I'm not. I got rid of all the VHS a long time ago. In fact, I think the only VHS I have is I still have my Star Wars widescreen edition, THX version that came out in 95. And then I think, I want to say, I may not have it anymore, but I used to have Transformers the movie and 3 volumes of Transformers in clamshells. I don't know if I still have those. But I do have the Star Wars. Because Star Wars. Of course I have Star Wars. Because it's dull, you twit, it'll hurt more. Yes. I can't do a good Alan Rickman. I'm sorry. Last Action Hero is a good. That's hard to do, man. Captain Frank, Alien Resurrection. I mean, I know it. He's great. Count of Monte Cristo. Is he in that? He's not in that, is he? And why do I have an unread message? Do we do something for Sister Ape? Treasure Planet. What, are you just saying movies now? Oh yeah, he is in Treasure Planet, isn't he? See, I think of him in Westworld because he was in Westworld and he played a very memorable part in that. Always thought it was a really random appearance by Sir Ian McKellen in Last Action Hero. Personally, I think the movie is one of my favorite Arnie movies. Maybe I need to watch it again. You know, maybe it'll mean more. Treasure Planet was cool, but it's very 90s. Yeah, but still cool though. I still really like it. Okay, guys, it's 12:22. Dude, we've done more than enough. And my butt hurts. So I'm going to have to get off here and not talk for at least 12 hours. And yeah. Conor Monte Cristo was Jim Caviezel, the guy from Memento, and Guy Pearce and teenage Henry Cavill. That's true. Jody B, you have a great night. It's after 12. I got to open in the morning. I'm sorry, Ricky. I'm sorry for going so long, but it's what Bucho wanted. Okay. So anyway, to sum up, I love all you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Just being here is supporting me. So thank you. And I appreciate it. And yeah. Tomorrow, I'm watching Backrooms. So I'll have a review up tomorrow evening. If you're a Game Day fan and you're expecting me to be in Minecraft, I'm probably not going to be in Minecraft because I'm probably not going to get home until probably 8 or 8:30, and then I probably won't be able to be on to stream or to do anything until at maybe 10. It depends on how long it takes me to do my review, but for the most part, I don't know. So I probably won't be there. I'm going to miss it. The hero of time. I know, but then things happened. So I apologize. Armand Dorliac in Count of Monte Cristo. Was he in it? Robert and the Robertians? I don't know. Anyway, hey, you guys have a great night. We'll see you later. And it'll be, yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting through the crazy stream. Bucho, you're a good one, and we're all here for you. So if there's any time you want to talk, you can hit any one of us up, I'm sure. So anyway, you guys have a great one. We'll see you next time. Bye.